times roll? Are you ready for Kernels baseball? The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, and the Class A affiliate of the Anaheim Angels welcome you to Cedar Rapids Kernels baseball. Now in his 9th season as the voice of the Kernels, here's John Rogers. Cedar Rapids Kernels,
and we are ready to let the good times roll for the first time in the 2004 season. Welcome to opening night. I'm John Rogers, Scott Unash, KCRG Sports Directors alongside, and my goodness, only one opening night per season, and we're lucky to have sunshine and blue skies, not a cloud in the sky. The wind has calmed and is virtually not a factor now. What an evening to open things up. The Kernels and the Peoria Chiefs, they're the Class A Midwest League affiliate of the St. Louis Cardinals. The Kernels, of course, the Class A Midwest League affiliate of the 2002 World Champion Anaheim Angels. Awaiting us on the dugout interview is Tom Barbie. Tom is the president of the Cedar Rapids Kernels. He is going to join us for our first dugout interview of the season. We're glad you're with us. Tom Barbie next. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
Opening night at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. It's cool, but it's sunny, and a good crowd will be on hand to help the Kernels' 2004 season commence here in this beautiful new ballpark. Lots of changes in the off-season. Off the field for the Kernels, we'll get to know some of the members of the front office as we go along with you this spring and summer on the dugout interview. Right now, though, stepping to the plate with us is Tom Barbie, the newly elected and installed president of the ball club. And Tom, it's ironic because you and I are here on the Zone now, 1600 a.m. 12 hours ago, in the wee hours of the morning, we were guests on Scott Sanborn and Joe Winter's morning show with Diane Pasthew. That seems like a long time ago.
It was a long time ago, John. As a matter of fact, when they asked me last night if I'd be on that, I had to double-check to be sure they meant 5 to 7 in the morning.
Well, yeah, they did, and it was real good, and I know a lot of folks got a preview of tonight's opening night festivities and the fun. Tom, you have so many worthy and healthy goals for the ball club to carry on a wonderful tradition, and you're in the service business yourself. Before we talk about some of the goals for this year, could you tell our listeners about why you're so used to serving the public?
Well, John, I've been in the service business most of my life. Most recently, I guess, for the last 27 years, as a matter of fact, with Wendy's, and we have always had a strong commitment to customer service. We think that's what makes the difference. A lot of people sell food, but Dave Thomas used to tell us, "Just be nice." That's a key principle that we try to live by and teach to our people, is just be nice to customers, be nice to each other, because that promotes being nice to customers. And it's a big part of the business. We're happy that a lot of others haven't figured it out yet.
Well, it's a big part of Wendy's, Tom, and I'm glad you mentioned that credo that the great founder and president, Dave Thomas, preached, be nice to each other. And that, fortunately, is the same philosophy you're going to bring to the table as kind of the new leader of the ball club. It's so important to do that here.
That's absolutely right, John. It's just as important. And again, that's what will make the difference, I believe, in our customers here. They not only come to watch baseball, they come out here to have a good time and to be treated nicely. And when they are, and when they receive quality products, quality service, and friendly people that smile and say thank you, they're going to come back.
People like being treated that way.
They really do. I mean, don't you?
Everybody does. Tom Barbie's with us, president of the Cedar Rapids Kernels, and we're here on opening night. Program director on the Zone, Scott Unash, will be here to make the call with us. Glad you're with us here on the Dugout Interview. Tom Barbie, I wanted to continue talking a little bit about the philosophy that every person that works for the Kernels is committed to this whole season. And you put it this way, and I could relate to this. We want to take a very good organization that is highly regarded and respected in this community and make it a great organization.
That's right, John. We don't want to be. We'd really rather not be in second place from either from a standing in the league, but also from the quality of product that we have for our fans. We don't want to be number two. We'd like to be number one. I think if you don't strive for that, then you should get out of whatever business you're in. So that's what we intend to do. As you say, we've always been good, and we have a tremendous group of professionals here that on staff, you included, and it's a fantastic organization. All we've got to do now is just continuous improvement is what you call it. You know, every year you want to get a little better. And obviously that's what we want to do this year. We want to get better than we were last year. I know I've mentioned it a few times. There's a book a fellow by the name of Jim Collins wrote that's called Good to Great. And that's what that's all about, you know, is good organizations. How do you move them from good to great? And that's what we'd like to do. I don't know if we can do it in 1 year or not, but we can sure try.
We can make that incremental improvement. Tom, one of the ways we're going to do that is get and solicit openly feedback from our core constituents, the people that pay to come in here. How can they let us know how to make us better, or how can they compliment us? What do we want them to do?
Well, John, I represent the rest of the board of directors of the Kernels, and they'll be out here a lot at these ball games, and I think fairly identifiable. And we've taken the charge upon ourselves to go around, talk to people, ask them how things are, thank them for coming to the game, and it's at that time that we sure hope anyone that has any feedback, constructive or otherwise, for us will let us know, because we can't really do anything about some of these things unless we know. So we just want to have open eyes, open ears, and have our customers feel free to give us feedback.
Well, you heard it right from the top. President Tom Barbie, our guest on the Dugout Interview. Nothing like opening night, and that's what we'll talk to with the Colonel President Tom Barbie when we return. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Toyota Financial Services of Cedar Rapids understands the importance of reading in the lives of our community's children. That's why they're proud to fund the 6th annual Toyota Financial Services Kernel Summer Reading Program. The generous support of Toyota Financial Services will result in Kernel players conducting a record 32 elementary school assemblies this spring to encourage girls and boys to read throughout the summer. Their reading accomplishments will be recognized by Toyota Financial Services with fabulous rewards. Toyota Financial Services, a true hero to the Kernels and the youth of our community.
When it comes to fun in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, nothing compares to the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub. As you bask in the soothing comfort of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub, you'll be taking in the action from a breathtaking perch just above the left field wall. Register for your chance to be drawn as the winner of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub by visiting Westdale Mall.
Tom, thanks for sharing your thoughts on how we're going to launch this season with a philosophy of incrementally improving from good to great. Let's talk a little bit about this evening specifically. I know as a broadcaster in my 9th year, this is just as much fun, and I feel a few butterflies in my tummy. I don't care if you're a 20-year seasoned big leaguer or if you're like some of our players down here, it's your first pro season. Man, something special about the first game of the year.
No question about it, John. As you say, anybody that doesn't get a little excited over this, I think there's something wrong with them. And we have, one of the neat things is we have a lot of players here who haven't been here before. It looks like on paper we've got a tremendous roster. and should be able to do some real good things this year. But the excitement's here for you folks on staff. You've worked at a frenzied pace over the last, several months, if not long after the last season was over. And so this all culminates tonight when we start to play ball.
And that's what we'll do this evening. Tom Barbie, on behalf of all the front office, most importantly the Kernel fans, we glad the open door policy and ear to the ground philosophy of trying to get better and serve our fans better is well in place. And thank you so much, Tom. This is the first time I've kicked off a season in 9 years talking to the president, and the door is always welcome. You know we love having guests, so thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you, John, and we really look forward to seeing all the fans out here at the ballpark. Please come out. We want you to see what a fantastic facility we have and how we can provide a wonderful night of entertainment for you and your family.
And with that in mind, we have 70 of those opportunities ahead. Tom, I'm a believer in Dave Thomas. I have cousins, the founder of Wendy's, Dave Thomas, who were adopted. I know his story was well documented. We're going to send you to not a competitor, but to one of the best Italian restaurants. You know what I'm talking about. Tom and I are smiling because we're presenting him a $5 gift certificate to one of our area Zio Giano's spaghetti houses. So much good for so little money at any of our areas. Zio Giano's spaghetti houses. Colonel President Tom Barbie, enjoy the food at Zio Giano's. Thanks again.
Fantastic. Thank you, John.
Tom Barbie, Colonel Club President, our dugout interview guest. Standing by, Scott Unash, KCRG Program Director. I'm John Rogers. That's the dugout interview. Opening night is just ahead. We'll be back to set the starting lineups, Kernels and Peoria, in just a minute. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
When we met at spaghetti, we would never forget Zio Giano's. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini, or try their delicious salads, sub sandwiches too. Zio Giano's is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember Zio Giano's with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
Dun, 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 dun,
Da 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 da! Hey, call the A-Team! Hey, Matt, thanks for having us over for the game, but we could have had it at my house. My TV is bigger, and my AC works.
I thought you were supposed to get that fixed while your wife was out of town this week.
Oh, man, I totally forgot, and she's coming home tomorrow.
She's gonna kill you.
What am I gonna do?
You need to call the A-Team.
The A-Team?
Yeah, Ahern Plumbing and Heating. They can get you service in 24 hours, guaranteed.
I better call Ahern Plumbing and Heating right away.
With a lush green grass below and the color guard standing, presenting the colors behind the pitching mound here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. It's opening night, and are we thrilled to have you with us. A big crowd is assembling. The wind has died down to, well, I won't say a comfortable, but certainly a sustainable level for this evening, and it's great to have you with us all across eastern Iowa here on the Zone for Kernel Baseball. Scott Unash is here. I'm John Rogers, and here we are on April 8th, kicking off our 140-game marathon, which we hope in the early part of this next fall and early September will wind up being a glorious season of both victory and fun here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. The Kernels are being introduced as they trot out onto the first base line out of their first base dugout. The Peoria Chiefs, the visitors, are standing along the third base side. And we're almost set for baseball. Scott, the lights are on, the sun is shining, the wind has died down considerably, and you can tell both teams are pretty jazzed up about getting to play ball tonight for the first time.
Yeah, and it's great to have you back, John. I can't believe it's 9 years that you've been here in Cedar Rapids, but welcome back to the microphone. And yeah, if opening day doesn't get the hairs to stand up on the back of your neck, then you're not a baseball fan. There's no doubt about that. And the Kernels are being introduced right now. Rhodey is back for another year, in uniform again this year. Bobby Magallanes has got a good team assembled. And like we've talked about, like the media has picked up on, a lot of people on the streets are talking about, this is a pretty good talented team that the Kernels have assembled here, that the Angels have sent us this year. So we're expecting some pretty good things.
We sure are. A good crowd is on hand as the introductions continue. As we said, painting the picture here for you, bright sunshine, blue skies, not a cloud in the sky, and temperatures in the low to mid-50s. Peoria, they're the Class A Midwest League affiliate of the St. Louis Cardinals. I'll set the Chiefs starting lineup, and Scott will have the Allen Motor Company Kernels starters. For Peoria, the second baseman leads off Mike McCoy. Kyle Boyer will bat second. Boyer's the designated hitter for the Chiefs. Cody Heather is in left field. Cody Heather in left field hits third. The visiting Chiefs have Terry Evans in center field, and he'll bat cleanup this evening. John Santor, in his third tour of duty as a Peoria Chief, is at first base. He put up big numbers last year and hurt the Kernel team. Santor, back for his third year in Peoria, bats fifth at first base. The Chief right fielder, Tyler Parker, will hit sixth. Matt Dreyer from the Somerset Ball Club in the Independent League ranks is at third base. He'll hit seventh for Peoria. Batting eighth, the nephew of former Redbird catcher Tom Pagnozzi, is Matt Pagnozzi. Matt Pagnozzi catching, hitting eighth. And it's Milko Jaramillo batting ninth at shortstop. Pitching for the Chiefs, a high draft pick of St. Louis a year ago out of the University of Delaware. That's the college that produced Rich Gannon as an NFL quarterback. 6'4" right-hander, Mark Michael. He's 21 years old, Mark Michael. That's the Chiefs starting lineup. The introductions of the Kernels have just wrapped up. The umpires are striding out towards home plate. Scott Unash is ready to start with the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup. But, Scott, I want to make sure that I think we have the national anthem before that. So let's take a moment here on this special evening in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the city of 5 seasons, to honor America. All the players from each club lined up along the baselines, turned towards the pitching mound and the center field wall, looking at the color guard, which is assembled but yet to raise the flag. Everyone standing here, and Allison Hasselbrink will be singing the Star-Spangled Banner. And let's pick up the PA announcement of the national anthem here.
In wartime and in peacetime, women will always support our troops. Please stand for your national anthem to honor all those who work to preserve the freedom we all enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the presentation of the colors, Hanford Post Color Guard number 5, performing the national anthem, Allison Hasselbrink.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, who brought bright and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets made the thirsty gave through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
A big round of applause, deservedly so, for Allison Hasselbrink singing this national anthem on opening night here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. We're proud that Allen Motor Company is stepping to the plate again this year to bring us the Kernel starting lineup. Allen's has an exciting announcement to share with you. Their Kia showroom is now open. Allen's Kia showroom is now open. In fact, they're open until 9 o'clock tonight at Allen Motor Company. Brand new cars under $9,000 including the 2004 Kia Rio. That starts at just $8,995, and it gets 32 miles per gallon on the highway. The Kia showroom open now at Allen Motor Company, I-380 and Boyson Road, exit 25, open till 9 tonight. With the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup, as the colors are being retired from the middle of the diamond, everyone's still standing with respectful attention and patriotism as the colors are being retired from the diamond. Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup, KCRG Sports Director Scott Unash.
All right, John, thank you much, and let's take a look at the lineup for the Cedar Rapids Kernels for opening night for 2004. Familiar face will lead things off for the Kernels. In center field, the Texan Quan Cosby, wearing number 6 this year. He'll be the leadoff man. Howard Kendrick will be at second base. Kendrick will hit second. Number 1 draft choice for the Anaheim Angels, Brandon Wood, will hit third and play shortstop. Warner Madrigal will be in right field, and he'll be the cleanup man. Matt Brown has started the season with Cedar Rapids last year, will be at third base. He'll be at the hot corner, and Brown will hit fifth. Blake Balcom will be in left field. He'll hit sixth. Matt Polly will be the first baseman tonight. He will hit seventh. Tommy Duenas, back from the Kernel roster of 2003, will be the catcher. Tommy will bat eighth, and batting ninth will be the designated hitter, and that is Aaron Peel. And on the mound for the Cedar Rapids Kernels tonight will be Rafael Rodriguez, 6'1", 170-pound right-hander, pitched here last year in Cedar Rapids, a native of Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic, and Rafael getting the call on opening night for the Kernels. So the Cosby, Kendrick, Wood, Madrigal, Brown, Balcom, Polly, Duenas, and Peel for the Kernels.
Scott, thanks for setting the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineups. Meeting at home plate are the respective skippers of the two ball clubs, our own Bobby Magallanes and Joe Cunningham Jr. in his third year skippering the St. Louis Cardinal farm team, the Peoria Chiefs. They're meeting with the umpires, and Anderson Brown Eye Care is proud to announce this evening's umpiring crew. Nick Monaco behind the plate, and helping Nick on the diamond, I had him in my book, is Jesse Redwine. Anderson Brown Eye Care, proud to present the umpiring crew of Nick Monaco and Jesse Redwine. Well, Scott, the Cost Cutters Dream Team has taken the field, and they all seem to have found their positions pretty well. Sometimes you have a couple of guys that are learning how to play baseball. It's not like soccer where you can just follow the ball all around the field. You have to find a position.
Oh, yeah, and it's a good group out here. This is the Cedar Rapids Diamondbacks. They play in the CAB 8, 10 and under league, and know quite a few of these young men.
They're in their black T-shirts, and they're waiting for the Kernels to take the field and join them out there. And then each of those kids, Scott, you talk about a thrill on opening night. Each of those kids is going to give their Cost Cutter Kernel companion a Cost Cutter soft toss baseball, and the Kernel will autograph that. And boy, I guess Tom Barbie saying on the dugout interview that that's really what distinguishes us from our brethren in the major leagues, is that intimate, personal touch we can give to the fans.
Absolutely, and that's what makes minor league baseball. And you go back to even the strike years of Major League Baseball. Minor leagues were still up and going. That really, you can make a pretty good case for the minor leagues helped to save baseball and make it come back. And it's off to a tremendous start as far as attendance is concerned. And that is very good to see.
Gosh, Scott, you bring up, was that strike almost 10 years ago now?
I kind of blanked it out because I want to forget about it.
I think it was during the 1994 World Series was canceled. There was none.
Yep. 93, I remember that was Toronto. That was the Joe Carter series, Toronto and Philadelphia. So I know it wasn't in 93.
Beautiful scene here, and as is the case on opening night, Scott, it's kind of like starting up your lawnmower for the first time in the spring. You have to pull on that cord a few times to get the old motor purring, and that's what's going on at home plate, a thorough review of the ground rules here.
Well, and tell you what, since Bobby Magallanes left the dugout, he hasn't stopped smiling yet. He was shaking hands with Joe Cunningham. He shook hands with his own guys. He shook hands with the umpires. Anybody that would come out there, he would shake hands with. This is his first game managing in minor league baseball for the Angel system after being a hitting instructor. So You know the butterflies are going in his stomach right now.
Butterflies of sheer joy and anticipation, and what a great guy. We'll get to know Bobby starting tomorrow evening. In fact, we want to make sure you email your questions to the Colonel Skipper, Bobby Magallanes, and you can do that very simply on the computer. All you have to do is email your questions through my email address to Bobby for tomorrow evening's show, jrogers, RODGERS, at Kernels, KERNELS.com. That's jrogers with a D at Kernels, KERNELS.com. And we'll forward your questions on the air tomorrow evening, 6:10 dugout interview time for the Ask the Manager show. Now, the Cost Cutters Dream Team is out on the diamond. Their heroes are about to take the field, the 2004 Kernels. And as we said, the Cost Cutters Dream Team, the 10-year-old Diamondbacks, will get the Colonel player to sign the soft baseball for them, and they'll have that souvenir to take home with them from this evening's game. Scott, we had some action this afternoon, and for the 9th year in a row, State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, and Gary Shubat bring us a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard.
3 games in the American League, 2 games in the National League this afternoon. First of all, in the American League, the home opener at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. The Yankees defeated the White Sox this afternoon by a final score of 3-1. It was Detroit 4-0. Those pesky Detroit Tigers first place as they bomb Minnesota 10-6. The Twins are having some injury problems early on. Joe Mauer is out with a torn meniscus. I don't think the final verdict is in exactly. He's on the 15-day disabled list, but boy, the Twins are going to miss Joe Mauer, especially after trading A.J. Pierzynski to the Giants. And Cleveland beat the Kansas City Royals this afternoon by a final of 6-1 at Kauffman Stadium. National League, Cincinnati took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs as the Reds today beat Chicago 5-3, and Milwaukee beat the Cardinals 11-5. They opened the season by taking 3 out of 4 over the Cardinals at Busch Stadium in St. Louis.
Oh boy, Scott, lots of surprises with it. We're not even a week into the regular season.
Nope.
Detroit almost matched the 1962 Mets for their futility of 120 losses under Casey Stengel. The Tigers lost 119 last year, and they're 4-0.
I was going to try to look it up if possible, when the date that the Tigers won their 4th game last year.
Oh, that would have been something. It may not have been till May.
It might not have been till May. You get pretty good odds that it wasn't till the month of May.
My goodness. Well, Scott, thanks for a look. And nice to see afternoon action. A lot of these were series finales, and boy, you think back, the time to play in April is during the day if you can.
If you can, and that's why you see a lot of Major League games in the afternoon. You have a lot of opening day games in the afternoon, and so you're going to see that this week and next week, and then they'll probably get more into the nighttime affairs.
Great tradition. We've got one here. Scott talking about daytime baseball. We have early evening baseball for you. Emily is our in-studio engineer at the zone. Tommy Duena shoots it down the pipe as a final prelude to baseball. Chiefs and Kernels. Lights on. New Veterans Memorial Stadium. Bright sunshine. 400 feet to dead center. 315 down the left field line. 325 down the right field line. An 8-foot-high green padded wall in the outfield. Rafael Rodriguez, a terrific pitcher last year for the Kernels, 110, lost 11. 19-year-old right-hander from the Dominican. The game and season's first pitch is a strike call to Mike McCoy. Looked like a fastball on the inside corner. McCoy, a right-handed batter. Wide stance, doesn't wear batting gloves, which is unusual in the modern day. Fastball is upstairs. Count even 1-1. Matt Brown even with the base at third, and playing about 10 feet off the line.
Big war stick for McCoy.
Yeah, that does look like a club out of Boog Powell's bat rack. Swing and a miss. Mike missed a slider, and Rafael Rodriguez pitching bare armed this evening. Scott, does that surprise you?
Yeah, it kind of does a little bit. Usually the pitching coaches would like to have you wear some sleeves on there, but I'm sure as soon as he gets in the dugout, he will have a jacket.
The 1-2 to the Peoria leadoff batter. A slider, it's way high and inside, and the count even. Mike McCoy batting first for Peoria. Here in the top of the first, we're just underway. Opening night, first game of the season, New Veterans Memorial Stadium. The 2-2 offering. Swing and a miss on a slider. One away as Rafael Rodriguez starts it with a bang. He got Mike McCoy on, I think, Scott, his bread and butter pitch, that nasty slider.
Oh, and that is Rafael Rodriguez's bread and butter pitch. That's his strikeout pitch. He's not an overpowering guy, but that slider really drops when it's working.
Another right-handed batter for Peoria is Kyle Boyer from Utah. And a breaking pitch is just high, and it's 1-0 to right-handed hitting Kyle Boyer. The Kernel outfield is straight away. Tough sun field in right for Warner Madrigal. In fact, I see he has glasses. Now a slider and a swing and a miss, and that evens things up at 1-1. Kyle Boyer steps out. In 36 games, he hit 174 for Peoria last year. Light breeze blowing from the left field foul pole to the right field foul pole. Boyer takes inside, and he's ahead, 2 balls, 1 strike.
You got to ask if he's any relation to Cleet Boyer.
Well, if he's a Cardinal farmhand with the last name of Boyer, his bloodlines could be through Cloyd, Cleet, or Kenny.
Any of them.
All 3, Scott, played in the big leagues. Ooh, a slider was just high, according to Nick Monaco, the plate umpire. And Rafael, after dispensing with the leadoff batter on strikes, has fallen behind a number 2 hitter for the Chiefs, Kyle Boyer. Tommy Duenas behind the plate for the Kernels here in the opener. Boyer on a hitter's count looks at it high for ball 4. 1 on, 1 out. And Cody Heather, Haerther, is a left-handed batter for the Chiefs. 1 on, 1 out, top of the first. No score. Scott, the fans are still coming in.
Yeah, we're going to have a nice crowd by the time all is said and done. It's still time for you to come on out. Haven't missed much so far, so bring the family, bring the kids, and make a night of it.
Heather, a left-handed batter with a very open stance, takes a changeup that drops in from Rafi, strike 1. Kernel outfield in this opener. Blake Balcom in left, Quan Cosby in center, and Warner Madrigal in right field. Cody Heather, left-handed swinger, wide stance. Grounds one past the mound, slowly hit. Wood to second, and a force out for the second out of the inning goes Brandon Wood to Howie Kendrick. Cody Heather, Scott, just kind of dribbled that one past Rafi.
And Rafael Rodriguez did the smart thing. He was going to try to barehand that thing, John. Let it go, and Brandon Wood right next to the bag. That ball was hit harder. It could have had to, but no way to get a pretty speedy runner in Cody Heather.
So Heather's the runner at first, reaching on a fielder's choice here in the top of the first. And Terry Evans, the cleanup batter, now up for the visiting Peoria Chiefs, who are in very un-Cardinal-like colors. They have navy blue tops. Shooting one deep into the right center field gap for extra bases is Terry Evans. Way back she goes, and out she goes. 390 feet over the right center field wall with a man aboard, and Peoria puts 2 on the board with 2 out, and the Chiefs on a Terry Evans opposite field blast lead it 2-0.
Wasn't much doubt that he got it out there. The only question was, John, if it was going to be high enough to climb the wall, and it did, just to the right of the 390 mark, just to the right of the scoreboard, and Evans tattooed that one pretty well.
Well, Terry belted 10 last year in 104 games, and he went the other way, as Scott described it. Man, left-handed hitters have trouble hitting one out that way. What power to the opposite field by the cleanup batter, Terry Evans. 2-0 Chiefs here in the top of the first. A blistering fastball in at the knees, strike 1 to John Santor. We mentioned in setting the Chiefs starting lineup that Santor is a seasoned veteran of Midwest League play. John in his 3rd consecutive season in a Peoria uniform. A breaking pitch taken away for ball 1 by Big John Santor, S-A-N-T-O-R.
He's still 1 away from the record of Chris Truby.
Who spent how many seasons?
2 seasons with the Houston Astros, so it was all worth it.
That's right, after 4 with Quad City. A high drive into shallow right or left center. Quan Cosby drifting in, has it to end the first inning. Peoria strikes for a pair on a 2-run homer by Terry Evans in the top half of the first. After 1/2 inning, it's the Chiefs 2, the Kernels nothing. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
When searching for a professional logistics team of experts to handle your warehousing operations, look to Worley Warehousing. Worley Warehousing will help you achieve greater efficiencies by providing superior warehouse facilities, technological advancements, and expert professionals. By focusing on technological innovations and keen foresight, Worley Warehousing has grown into one of our nation's leading warehousing operations. Worley Warehousing, your single source for all of your warehousing and distribution needs.
Butterflies in your stomach. You know the feeling, like when you're not sure you found the best loan. Well, set those butterflies free. Talk with a knowledgeable banker at Wells Fargo. Whether you're interested in a home equity loan, mortgage, or auto loan, they can help you find a product that's just right for you, including unique financing options you don't find anywhere else. And every Wells Fargo loan has competitive rates and affordable payment options. So be sure you found the best loan. Call or visit Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo, the next stage. Wells Fargo Bank and Inc., Equal Housing Lender.
With KCRG Sports Director Scott Unash, John Rogers. At the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, and Peoria has struck for a pair in the top of the first here in this season opener, and one of several new promotions unfolding below here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Scott, this literally has the fans up on their feet screaming. It's the Goodwill Blaster, and it appears to be shooting some coveted T-shirts up into the crowd.
And hot dogs.
Oh.
Now, how do you shoot a hot dog?
Well, I'll tell you, that Goodwill Blaster must have a barrel that's as versatile as they come. I think that apparatus was a little over $5,000, so it better be able to shoot almost anything.
It better shoot hot dogs. Oh. Well, a little catching up to do, John. You and I were talking between innings that Kernel's got a veteran team. Well, this Peoria team is also very veteran.
Yeah, these guys have some familiar names on the roster, including the man that belted the opposite field 2-run homer in the top of the first to give the Chiefs their 2-0 lead. That's center fielder Terry Evans. Quan Cosby has become a crowd favorite from his all-out reckless abandon in center field last year, his ability to get on base, and Quan is the first batter for the Kernels, a switch hitter who looked like he worked on his physique even more in the offseason. Quan, a terrific athlete who could excel at a number of sports, and he did in Texas. Track, football, baseball, and he's ahead 1-0 as Mark Michael, a tall right-hander out of the University of Delaware. We'll ask Scott in a second what the Delaware nickname is. The 1-0 to the Kernel leadoff batter is swatted in the air foul off to the left. 1-1 to Quan Cosby.
The Fighting Blue Hens.
Now a blue hen could be a fighting.
It's a Fighting Blue Hen.
Well,
they fought a little bit too much against UNI in the football playoffs. That was the team. They won the national championship, though. You know, hats off to them.
Well, I know they produced Rich Gannon. The 1-1 to Cosby is lined foul. That one onto the grass slope berm down the left field line. Quan broke his bat. We told you Peoria is decked out in their navy blue tops with gold numbers, gray trousers, blue socks. The Kernels are in their Anaheim Angel look-alike uniforms, red with red batting helmets, red numbers, red socks, and red batting helmets.
These two teams probably the first time a lot of these players have met one another because they don't train in the same state. Cardinals are in Florida, Angels are in Arizona.
Very good observation, Scott. As Quan stays alive, pokes one foul outside of third. It's still 1-2 to Quan Cosby. 2-0 Peoria in the bottom of the first inning. You know, Scott, when you and I were growing up, heck, you could name I think there were 6 teams total that played in the Cactus League. Right. Maybe. Now, it's about even.
And they were mostly West Coast teams.
The Giants, the Angels, the A's. In fact, the Angels used to train in Palm Springs.
That's right.
Gene Autry lived there, and he wanted to see his guys play. Right-hander to Cosby with a changeup. Quan laid off, and he's had a good at-bat.
Plus, these guys, John, the Kernels, of course, played at Provo last year. A lot of these Peoria Chiefs played either at Johnson City, Tennessee, or in New Jersey.
So they are not at all familiar with each other. Michael delivers. Quan grounds one sharply, but right at the feet of Mike McCoy, who throws to get Quan Cosby for the first out of the Colonel first inning. It went 4-3. Howie Kendrick, a fellow who had a great year last year with Provo. Great year is probably an understatement. Scotty hit almost 370.
Yeah, 368 last year after batting 318 for Mesa 2 years ago. And this guy, a lot of comparisons to Ray Durham.
Sinking fastball is downstairs. It's 1-0 to Howie Kendrick. Ray Durham's got all those great years with the White Sox. And I'll continue that in a moment as Howie's ahead 2-0, a slider low and away. Is Ray still with the Giants?
Oh, yeah, playing second base with the Giants. Howie's a little bit bigger, only a right-handed batter. Durham, of course, a switch hitter.
Kendrick ahead. Looks at a strike, a fastball outside corner. The Peoria outfield is shading right-handed hitting Howie Kendrick to pull the ball. Bright sunshine on opening night. 2-0 Chiefs, bottom of the first. A little dribbler at the batter's feet. And the count is 2-2 now to Howie Kendrick.
There's your first question answered. Does he like Howie or Howard? So it's Howie, huh?
I asked him last night, and he affirmed that Howie is what he prefers. Kendrick choking the bat now about an inch. Takes a slow curveball for strike 3. Howard Kendrick is rung up by Nick Monaco, the play umpire, for the second out of the Colonel first inning. 2 away, nobody on for Anaheim Angel first-round draft pick of a year ago. Shortstop, Brandon Wood.
And he looks like a shortstop. Tall, rangy young man.
Wide shoulders. Looks a little bit like a young Johnny LeMaster, the old San Francisco Giant shortstop.
You're going way back now, John. We're pulling out Johnny LeMaster in the first inning of Game 1.
Well, we could go further back to Dal Maxville. And a curveball got away from right-hander Mark Michael on an 0-1 pitch. He strikes the batter, Brandon Wood, in the lower leg. Brandon trots down to first as he's hit by a pitch. That puts the tying run aboard in Brandon Wood at first, and cleanup batter Warner Madrigal at the plate.
Right fielder Warner Madrigal.
The crowd continues to build here. One thing about Eastern Iowans, Scott, is they know that April is very much like the month of November for football. That is, it can get awfully chilly. Sending one down the right field line in foul ground for strike 1 is Warner Madrigal. Now, Scott, I lost sight of it because it went beyond the plaza section. That ball didn't seem to be foul by more than a foot.
No, and it was a good sliding effort that time out in right field by Tyler Parker. And not only didn't come up with the ball, got real dirty over there, but all for naught as it went foul. Did they raise that fence up over there down the right field line?
You know, Scott, I'm going to have to check. It does look like it's higher than it was the first 2 years, doesn't it?
Or at least there's a green barrier also over there, so we'll do some checking.
In foul ground, I think you're right. Warner Madrigal went the other way and narrowly missed a run-scoring extra base hit. Right-hander Mark Michaels 0-1, swung on and missed. Runner goes, throw to second in time. Head first fighting was Brandon Wood, and applying the tag, Mike McCoy, the caught stealing to end the Colonel first, goes 2-4 in the Colonel first. Nothing doing. And after 1, Peoria on top of the Colonels 2-0. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
None of us can do anything about a bad day, but we can make certain nothing happens to all of our tomorrows. Take everything out of the hands of chance with a well-planned insurance program tailored specifically to your needs. Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency, is an expert in insurance matters. Phil Andrews will develop the right insurance plan for your home, car, business, and life. Depend on Phil Andrews, your hometown professional with Pekin Insurance.
Knowing who you are is important. At Kirkwood Community College, we know who we are. We are accessibility. We are quality. We are opportunity. We are community. Who are you? We can help you learn. Kirkwood.edu.
Dick Ramsey is the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company, Skogman Realty. That means when you're marketing your home for sale or searching for the ideal home to buy, Dick Ramsey's home team will get you the results you deserve. Dick Ramsey's home team has the best deal going. Buy one of their homes, and Ramsey will buy yours. That's the winning edge Dick Ramsey's home team will deliver to you. Dick Ramsey, the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company, Skogman Realty.
Brandon Wood was caught trying to steal second. That ended the Kernel first inning. The play went 2-4. 2-0 Peoria as we head to the top of the second inning. This is opening night, and this is the opening series of the 2004 Kernel baseball season. We'll play here again tomorrow evening. 6:10 dugout interview time. 6:30 first pitch. The gates open at 5:30. Tomorrow is Good Friday. Then we'll play Saturday at 5. We'll play Saturday at 5. Gates open at 4. And everybody in the Midwest League will pause for a day off to be with family and friends for Easter. So no baseball Easter Sunday. Missing high and in with a curveball is Rafael Rodriguez to right-handed hitting Tyler Parker for the Chiefs. Peoria leads it 2-0 here in the top of the second. Rafi up and in with a slider, and he's fallen behind 2-0. The numbers 6, 7, and 8 men for the Chiefs here in the second inning. Parker, a big right-handed batter with a slightly closed stance. Checks up in time, apparently, and takes it low for ball 3.
Down 2-0 here, John. You don't want to really fall behind and allow that first guy to get on. That's going to be trouble. Well, here's the 3-0. Another foul outside first, and Joe Cunningham Jr. had no qualms about turning Tyler Parker loose on 3-0. Tyler steps out, adjusts his batting gloves. What a night for baseball. Crystal clear skies, bright sunshine. Dark green, huge net behind center field serves as a perfect backdrop for the hitters. A grounder smashed. Diving stop at third by Matt Brown. He throws the batter out. Matt Brown gives this big opening night crowd something to really cheer about as he robbed Tyler Parker of a double. That's as good a play, Scott, as Matt Brown will make. Yeah, it is. And right off the bat in the second inning of the first game, a headlong dive right down the line, behind the bag, got up and threw a one-hop bullet to Pauly at first. They got him by about a quarter of a step. Oh, what a play by Matt Brown as Scott reviewed with you. Matt dove to his right and had some help by Matt Pauly as he dug that throw out of the dirt, and it looked good. Now, boy, Scott, there's something that can give a club a lift early in a game. That was some play. Yeah, that saved a leadoff double. Right-handed hitting Matt Dreyer took a curve, and now another breaking pitch is blown away. 2-0 to Dreyer. Rodriguez is falling behind the batters here early in the first couple innings, John, and Rafi, he can't do that. And a seasoned veteran of last year's Kernel Ball Club brings the 2-0 home. It's a slider down and away, ball 3. That looked to be a pretty good pitch, and just didn't get the call from home plate umpire Nick Monaco. And another 3-0 count, the result. Matt Brown with a sensational play to rob Tyler Parker on a 3-1 pitch moments ago. Now a 3-0 is a little bit low for ball 4. 1 on, 1 out. Second walk of the evening by the Kernel 19-year-old right-hander, Rafael Rodriguez.
Matt Pagnozzi. Boy, there's a name Cardinal fans respect with the highest degree, Scott. That Tom Pagnozzi was a warrior for the Redbirds back in the 80s.
Yeah, he would always come through. Well, his MO was great defense. That's what Tom Pagnozzi gave you. And he'd come up with a clutch hit that would just tear your heart out if you were the opposition.
His nephew, a right-handed hitting catcher, Matt Pagnozzi, takes a pitch out. The Kernels sensing a steal or a hit and run, pitched out, ball one to Matt Pagnozzi.
Or if he had any choice but to be a catcher growing up.
You wonder, don't you? He's probably born with that big mitt in his crib. Right-handed batter. 1 on, 1 out. Top of the second, 2-0 Chiefs. Swing and a miss, and the bat winds up at the feet of Rafael Rodriguez. I think Rafi thought he might have been dodging, trying to skip over that bat. Boy, Pagnozzi lost the handle.
Well, you see everything at the ballpark, especially on opening night. That bat it slipped out of Pagnozzi's hands, John. Never really got to the base of the mound. It wasn't going very hard. Certainly no intent on that, so.
Well, at least it stayed on the field of play. You remember certain guys in the big leagues always, I think Tito Fuentes was always losing the handle. The 1-1. Swing and a tip foul. Tommy Duenas held on to that foul tip for strike 2, and now Rafi would love the old wholesaler to get out of this second inning unscathed. Matt Pagnozzi, the number 8 hitting catcher in the hole 1 and 2. Runner holds, swing and a miss. Duenas fires to first, but diving back in is Matt Dreyer. First, second strikeout of the evening for Rafael Rodriguez. He got Pagnozzi out on that front foot.
Yeah, and Rafael Rodriguez, like we talked about, John, is so much more effective when he's pitching out in front because that slider becomes much more effective. But when he's got to come at you down 2-1, 3-0 in the count and got to bring that fastball, he's just not the same pitcher.
Well, that's what hurt him a little bit earlier in the first inning. Number 9 man for Peoria, bats for the first time, Milko Jaramillo. Now that's a name. A chopper to the right side. Over to his left, Howie Kendrick gobbles and throws just in time. Boy, that was a close play on a softly hit grounder to the right side. But Milko Jaramillo is thrown out 4-3. No runs for the Chiefs on a walk in the second inning. And after an inning and a half, Peoria maintains a 2-0 lead. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Hometown Restyling. For all your remodeling needs, satisfaction is guaranteed. Hometown Restyling specializes in all of your home's interior, exterior needs. Come and visit one of our showrooms, one in Hiawatha, one in Coralville, and see the possibilities. Windows, siding, sunrooms. Please call 378-1221. Hometown Restyling. There's no place like home.
Hi, this is Dave Town with 5 Seasons Transportation and Parking. Do you ever wonder if it's safe to send your child on the bus? It is, and here's a few reasons why. All the buses in Cedar Rapids are equipped with security cameras, so the drivers always know what's happening behind them. The buses also have global positioning systems, or GPS, which means they can be tracked at any time by satellite. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. 5 Seasons Transportation takes safety very seriously, and we've taken many steps to make sure your child will have a safe, easy ride every time they take the bus. Even when your child isn't on the bus, 5 Seasons Transportation is helping keep them safe by using pollution-free biodiesel and alcohol fuels, Iowa products that help keep the air clean. And if your child is ever in trouble, they can always flag down a bus for help. I'm Dave Town, and I like to think of the bus as a traveling safety cocoon, motoring along Cedar Rapids streets. And keep in mind, if the bus is that safe and easy for your child, maybe you should think about riding the bus to work. Affordable, convenient, and safe. That's the bus. Ride it.
Opening night, New Veterans Memorial Stadium. John Rogers, Scott Unash, a 2-run homer by Chief cleanup batter Terry Evans in the top of the first. Has staked the Kernels, or has staked Peoria to an early 2-0 lead over the Kernels. And big round of applause, Scott. The Cedar Rapids Spirits are, well, attention-grabbing with those new black uniforms and those red pom-poms.
They're spirited, John.
Yes, they are.
Lifting the spirits of the patrons as well.
Great show put on by the Spirits. Warner Madrigal narrowly missed an extra base hit, fouling one deep into the right field corner in the first, and then he was at the plate when Brandon Wood was caught trying to pilfer second. That ended the Colonel first. Slider low to Warner. Right-handed batter takes low one in from Mark Michael. Right-hander for the Chiefs, who are on top 2-0. Now, Scott, we are happy to report that in deep right center field, the flag is perfectly calm.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
Boy, that
the way it was earlier today.
Yeah, that was really something earlier today.
We're happy. Folks across the alley are happy at the Jayhawk Invitational. Little track going on, John.
Oh, you bet. A 3-0 pitch is lifted foul down the right field line. Madrigal checks his black lacquer bat, taps the handle on the dirt outside the batting circle, and Warner says it's still intact. Bobby Magaye. I knew this would happen.
Take a deep breath.
Okay. Bobby Magallanes is coaching at third, and Justin Bachman, the 1996 Colonel shortstop, at first. And Warner Madrigal loops one foul into the first base seats, and the count now full to the Colonel cleanup batter and right fielder. Warner Madrigal out of the Dominican Republic hit an eye-popping .369 for Provo last year. He bounces one to third. One-handing it is Matt Dreyer, and his throw is low, but in time to get Warner Madrigal. So Mark Michael, the right-hander for the Chiefs, has yet to give up a hit, facing 4 Colonel batsmen.
It's only the second year pitching for Mark Michael. He came out of Delaware, John, as an infielder and a designated hitter. And the Cardinals made him the pitcher last year. He was 1-2 at New Jersey in the New York Penn League. 3.17 ERA, 10 starts, 1 relief appearance for that team.
Tall right-hander delivers a belt-high fastball for a strike to right-handed hitting Matt Brown. Matt was the Colonel regular third baseman the first half of last year, and then went to Provo. He smacks one to the left side. The shortstop, Milko Jaramillo, double pumps and throws out the Colonel third baseman. 2 away here in the Colonel second as Matt Brown looks to get pretty good wood on that, but I think Michael got inside on him a little.
Yeah, just a little bit. Got in and on the kitchen. Colonel's being very aggressive here early on in the ball game. Saw that last few years with Todd Klaus, and I think we're going to just keep on seeing that with Bobby Magallanes.
With the bases empty, batting for the first time is the Colonel left fielder. And bouncing one up the middle into center for the Colonel first hit is that center fielder, that left fielder, Blake Balcom. Scott, you said how aggressive the Colonels were, and that didn't stop Blake Balcom. He swung at the first pitch and snuck it through the middle for the first Colonel hit.
Yep, several Colonels have swung at that very first pitch, and I think we're going to see that trend continue.
1 on, 2 out for the Colonel left-handed hitting first baseman Matt Pulley. Colonels trail here in the early going on opening night, 2-0. Pulley, the number 7 hitter in the Allen Motor Company Colonel starting lineup. Outfield shades Matt to hit the other way. Michael delivers low and away with the fastball to Matt Pauley, P-A-L-I.
Had a good season hitting last year. We talked to Mike Kuhlbeck on Monday afternoon and said this guy's going to hit this year.
Well, that Provo team was some kind of successful.
Didn't they set a league record for wins?
Well, I think they set a league record for that, Scott, and winning percentage.
But did not win the big one. They came up a little bit short.
Anything can happen in those playoffs.
That's right.
Holding up on a 1-1 pitch and taking it low and away for ball 2, Matt Pauley. Oh, that flag is unfurling just a little bit now in right center field. Of course, our great friends from Metro Studio have the crowd all enthralled, as always, with the fun entertainment they provide up on the Rockwell Collins game link, just to the right of the flag in right center field. Pauley shoots one foul off to the left, and Matt even on the count 2-2 with 2 out and a runner at first for the Colonels in the bottom of the second inning. Now the center fielder for the Chiefs, Terry Evans, pulls it even further into left center. The 2-2 just missed inside, and the count full with 2 out. We'll see if Bobby Magallanes has the runner going from first. That's Blake Balcom.
Yeah, it's 3-2, so he is going to be going.
With 2 out, there he goes. High and away for ball 4. Well, last year, the Colonel Brain Trust was frustrated by the number of 2-out walks the pitching staff issued, Scott. Let's see if we can burn the Chiefs for their indiscretion.
Well, that was one of the things that really got the Colonels last year, plus the number 9 hitter. Number 9 hitters last year just feasted on Colonel pitching. But different year, different staff for the most part, so we'll see what happens in 2004 and see what Tommy Duenas can do for the first time.
Tommy, another Anaheim Angel minor leaguer who spent time as a Colonel last year, and he's in a position to cut this Chief lead in half, tie it, or put the Colonels ahead. Ground ball left side, diving stop at third by Matt Dreyer, who popped to his feet and tagged Blake Balcom on his way to third. Well, turnabout fair play as Matt Dreyer matches the feet of Matt Brown, the Colonel third baseman. He took a sure hit away from Tommy Duenas by diving to his left and then tagging Blake Balcom out to end the second inning. The force play at third goes 5 unassisted. And the Colonels are kept off the board for the second straight frame in the second inning, leaving a pair of runners. We go to the third with the Colonels still trailing the Chiefs on opening night. It's 2-0 Peoria.
When it comes to insurance and financial services, think smart. Think about Farm Bureau Financial Services. For auto, home, life, farm and ranch, retirement funding, and business protection, call Danny Bateman in Cedar Rapids. More products, more services, more of your needs met. So for more information, call Danny Bateman in Cedar Rapids. Farm Bureau Financial Services, more than you think. Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, West Des Moines, Iowa. The way to pocket important savings is to take advantage of Chevron Motor Oils and Lubricants from the Otson Oil Company, your local Chevron oil distributor. Chevron lubricants are made from higher quality base oils for better performance, and that means longer life for your engine. Contact the Otson Oil Company in Cedar Rapids for details on how you can save time and money with Chevron lubricants. The Otson Oil Company, serving Iowa with quality lubricants since 1933. Visit Otson Oil Company at www.otson.com.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers have to say.
We chose Zimmerman because our family has been buying cars. I guess we're probably the third generation to buy cars here at Zimmerman's.
My family's bought 18 cars at Zimmerman's. 18. I ought to get a little bonus or something, wouldn't I?
We build our reputation on one satisfied customer at a time. On behalf of everyone at Zimmerman's, I want to thank you for your business.
Mike McCoy led this game off by striking out in the first, and the slider is low and away, 1-0 to the right-handed hitting Peoria leadoff batter. 2-0 Chiefs. Matt Brown again playing in on the edge of the grass at third, and a fastball is high and inside. Tommy Duenas out to the mound.
Tommy's going to talk things over with Rodriguez and just remind him, hey, we went over this in the dugout. You got to get ahead of the hitters here a little bit. You just can't fall behind 2-0, 3-1 and expect to come back and get everybody.
And Tommy has dispensed exactly that reminder to the Colonel 19-year-old right-hander, whose 2-0 pitch to McCoy is upstairs for ball 3. Outfield for the Colonel straight away. On April 8th, the grounds crew headed by Jesse Rader has this field looking like it's July 8th. Scott, it is a lush green.
And a great job on the infield as well with the mowing pattern.
And the third walk of the night by Rafael Rodriguez as he misfired with a 3-0 pitch high and in. And the leadoff man is aboard for the Chiefs, Mike McCoy. Let's see if Peoria does some running with Kyle Boyer at the plate. You mentioned, Scott, that the name Boyer is synonymous with excellence at third base. The 1964 World Series, the first World Series I remember taking in as a youngster, featured as a high pop foul, drifts out of play to the right, strike one to Kyle Boyer. Featured Clete Boyer at third for the Yankees and Kenny Boyer at third for the Cardinals.
Well, like Pagnazzi's, they have to play catcher. You know, if you're a Boyer, you got to play third base.
Kyle is the DH tonight. He's behind 0-1. He tried to go the other way. Soft toss to first, no tag by Matt Pauley. Yeah, I remember Mrs. Boyer standing between the two boys, and the reporters asked, well, who are you rooting for in the World Series? And Mrs. Boyer couldn't really answer that question. A shot into right, and drifting back is Warner Madrigal. He makes a good running catch, Scott, considering that sun is still a factor out there.
Yeah, he had the glasses down, came to his left about 5 steps, and that was a tough play because that ball really never got higher than the pavilion roof here at the New Veterans Memorial Stadium, and
that ball
Warner brought it in.
Yeah, it was pretty well hit by Kyle Boyer. He was determined to go the other way, and he did, smacking one out to right. Now, Cody Heather at the plate waits as the throw sends Mike McCoy dashing back to first. 2-0 Peoria. Top of the third inning. Scott will have a special guest alongside in the fourth inning. He threw out the first pitch this evening. Thanks to a Randy's red carpet welcome, Dr. Lou Finch. The esteemed superintendent of Cedar Rapids Schools will talk it over with Scott during the fourth inning. A strike is in to Cody Herther. Left-handed batter, and a changeup is just outside to even the count 1-1. Dr. Finch will be retiring after this year, and
we're going to miss him.
Oh, we will miss him tremendously. But he plans on staying in the community.
That's great. And we'll see him in all the sporting events and anything else.
The runner not going. The Kernels pitch out, nothing doing, and Tommy Duenas again out to the mound, meeting Rafael Rodriguez at the base of the hill.
Second pitch out called by the Kernels. I don't know if Eric Bennett's calling them or Bobby is from the dugout, but Bobby's aggressive, and he thinks Joe Cunningham's also going to be aggressive out there, but Kernels 0 for 2 on those pitch outs.
Bobby Magallanes leaning up on the top step of the Kernel first base dugout.
Both managers wearing number 37. It's Casey Stengel tribute night tonight.
There you go. Kernel infielders up the middle, squeezing towards second base, and dribbling one foul off the end of the bat to the on-deck circle where Terry Evans picks it up is Cody Herther. It's 2-2 now. Most baseball textbooks would tell you this is your hit and run count. Big hole through the right side. I bet Boyer's running. So do the Kernels, and Kyle dives back safely head first to throw over there.
Pretty close play over there. McCoy leaning just a little bit. And I think I might be with you, John. I think something is up here.
He's not running, and a chopper to first. Pauley throws to second, out for the fourth. Return throw to first by Brandon Wood, way late. Boy, Matt Pauley made a heads-up play, Scott. He got the lead runner.
Yeah, he did. And credit Tommy Duenas as well. The catcher came all the way over there in a dead sprint to back that play up because that is such a tough double play, that 3-6-3 or 3-6-1, and you want your catcher to be over there.
And Tommy was where he should have been, and Rafael Rodriguez made a good backhanded snare of that throw in the dirt by Brandon Wood. The play at second, the force of Mike McCoy went 3-6. I was mistakenly saying Kyle Boyer at first. It was Mike McCoy. Now, a right-handed batter swings on a slider. Terry Evans and missed. Terry blasted a 2-run homer over the 390 mark in right field. Deep right center field his first time up. That's the difference in the ball game. 2-0 Chiefs here in the top of the third.
With all the talk about rising gas prices, doesn't it make sense to drive fuel efficient?
He got him on the front leg, the hip area. Bore in on Terry Evans with a fastball. And yet another base runner for Peoria. 2 on, 2 out for John Santor.
So far, Rafael Rodriguez has thrown not only a lot of pitches. I think Rafael is just struggling with his release point right now. Tommy Duane is going to go out in front of the plate, flash some signs to the Colonel infield, led by Brandon Wood, the #1 pick shortstop.
Scott, you mentioned that term release point, and so little is said about that. Everybody focuses on how many swings a batter has to take, but boy, that's a big factor in pitching. Santor, a husky right-handed batter, swings and misses on a good sharp slider by the Colonel right-hander. He's ahead 0-1.
That was the best slider tonight, I think, by Rodriguez. Started him off with it, broke it off sharply, and Santor tied him up in a pretzel, didn't he? Basically. Cody Herther at second, Terry Evans at first. The 0-1 is a blistering slider right down the heart of the plate, and John Santor is in the hole 0-2. Santor's wearing a huge black protective elbow pad on his front arm. Kind of that Barry Bonds type war armor there.
Mo Vaughn made that famous.
Yes, he did.
And you're right, Scott. Barry Bonds lives by it. 2 out, 2 on, the 0-2. High fly ball. Foul ground, out of play, beyond the reach of Tommy Duenas.
Our first roof shot of the year.
Superintendent Dr. Lou Fitch will join us in the 4th inning. And Scott, he had a couple of kids from Hiawatha Elementary School with him. We'll be going out there Monday morning. I think you know Hiawatha Elementary School pretty well, don't you?
Oh, we know Hiawatha Elementary very well. It used to be where the boys went.
Santor takes outside. He wouldn't bite on that slider from the Colonel right-hander, who, as Scott mentioned, has made a fairly high number of pitches here through 2 2/3 innings.
Quan again this year playing that pretty shallow center field,
which served him well last year.
Yep, he can go get it.
1-2. Looped into shallow center. Quan had him played perfectly. Scott pointed where Quan was playing. John Santor played pepper with Quan Cosby, who gloved it in shallow right center. Rafael Rodriguez pitches out of a jam in the 3rd and keeps the Colonels right on the heels of Peoria. After 2.5, it's the Chiefs 2, the Colonels nothing. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
With all the talk about rising gas prices, doesn't it make sense to drive a fuel-efficient vehicle? You can when you buy with confidence at Randy Keel Honda. Get up to 51 miles to the gallon with the Honda Civic Hybrid. Every Honda model has awesome fuel efficiency. Don't wait for $2 a gallon gas to buy a fuel-efficient car. Not when you can save time and money now by previewing Randy Keel's fuel-efficient inventory online at randykeel.com. Right now, lease a 2004 Honda Accord LX for only $235 per month. At Randy Keel Honda, you'll find many great buys under $5,000 too. Randy Keel is the home of confidence, a 7-year, 100,000-mile guarantee. Randy Keel is dedicated on getting you the lowest possible price backed by the best service in the Midwest. Stop by and see for yourself at Randy Keel Honda, Center Point Road Northeast in Cedar Rapids, or visit them on the web at randykeel.com. Accord LX lease, 36 months, $14.88 due at lease signing. Includes first month's payment, security deposit, capitalized cost reduction, and excludes tax and license.
Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees are proud to support one of our community's most renowned and cherished assets, the Cedar Rapids Kernels. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees believe in the core values that comprise the essence of Kernel baseball: fun, wholesome, affordable entertainment for us all. As you look ahead to the many joys of summer, your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees encourage you to visit the fabulous new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees, embracing Kernel baseball, a community treasure.
Well, Scott, the biggest hand of the night, deservedly so, goes to a serviceman who was just acknowledged and recognized here at opening night, New Veterans Memorial Stadium, returning from the war in Iraq.
Yeah, with the famous 82nd Airborne.
Well, that's something to be proud of. Home half of the 3rd, 2-0 Chiefs, and looking at the first pitch from right-hander Mark Michael downstairs is the Colonel designated hitter, right-handed batter Aaron Peel. Now ball 2 is low. First time up for Aaron Peel, P-E-E-L. He's from Texas. Right-handed batter who is in his third year of professional baseball. Swing and a miss on a let-up.
Seminole, Texas. I have no idea.
Well, I brought in my trusty atlas, so as you're talking it over and describing the action in the fourth inning and talking it over with Dr. Lou Finch, Scott, I'll find where Seminole, Texas is. We know where Mart, Texas is. That's where Quan Cosby's from.
That's right. That's right, and what an athlete Quan was, and he's up next, of course. Pair Texans leading the inning off here in the bottom of the third for the Kernels, down 2-zip.
Peel rolls one slowly up the third base side. Aaron even on the count, 2-2. Aaron Peel, right-handed hitting designated hitter, slightly open stance. Swings at a slider and didn't get it, strike 3. That's the second strikeout of this evening for the chief right-hander, Mark Michael, who has surrendered one hit so far. He's hit a batter, walked a man, and fanned a pair.
Boy, he has been tough, too. He's changed speeds well. He's come with that curveball. Pretty decent fastball, topping off at about 92 miles per hour. And this guy has only pitched 2 years.
Quan grounded out to second to lead off things for the Kernels. A bunt to the left side of the plate. The right-hander picks and throws. Out at first base. Ooh, a delayed call by Jesse Redwine, and not sure what he was waiting for. Scott, that was a great bunt by Quan, but a terrific fielding play by the pitcher to just nip Cosby.
He was making it dramatic. It was a correct call. He did get him out by about a half a step. And, Michael, you tell your pitcher to take your time on that. Catcher will tell you how much time you have. So many times you'll see either the third baseman or the pitcher just pick that thing up and blindly fire it. And that was a good job by Michael to take his time and still get the runner.
It went 1-3. Grounding one off his fist to deep short. Behind the bag is Howie Kendrick, and he's thrown out by Milko Jaramillo. Howie Kendrick was jammed, and he grounds out to short. The Kernels go in order for the first time tonight in the bottom of the third inning. Dr. Lou Finch will join Scott Unash for a visit as Scott will take us through the middle three. Opening night, New Veterans Memorial Stadium, and Peoria on top of the Kernels, 2-0.
He's been serving since 1940. When you've been
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Miller, good call.
Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
Attention phys ed directors. Cedar Rapids Recreation announces its free basketball skills program for 4th and 5th graders. Register your public or parochial students by calling Matt Siders at 286-5731. You make the call, the CRX staff does the rest. Plus, your students can qualify for the city championships March 15th. Call the rec department today at 286-5731. Proudly supported by Physicians Clinic of Iowa and The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
Well, welcome back to opening night festivities here at the New Veterans Memorial Stadium as we head to the top of the 4th inning. And right now it's Peoria on top of the Cedar Rapids Kernels 2-0. 2-run home run by Terry Evans, the center fielder. That came in the top half of the first inning, an opposite field line drive shot over the right center field wall. Other than that, it's been good pitching by Mark Michael and Rafael Rodriguez of the Kernels. Struggled a little bit, but when he's needed to, he's gotten the out. And it's a 2-0 game. 2 runs, 1 hit, no errors for Peoria. No runs, a hit, and no errors for the Cedar Rapids Kernels. And it will be Parker, followed by Dreyer and Pagnazzi coming up for Peoria. And the first pitch of the top of the 4th inning is blowing in for ball 1. And we're joined by Cedar Rapids Community Schools Superintendent Lou Finch. He's going to join us here during the 4th inning. As the 1-0 from Rafi is a slider in the outside corner. And it's good to see you, Dr. Finch.
Thanks, Scott. Nice to be here.
What a night for baseball.
Oh, wonderful. Great opening night.
And you wouldn't miss it for the world, right?
Oh, this is great.
Here's the 1-1 and a ground ball to Brown. He goes to his left, backs up, gets it, low throw, and safe as the throw to Pauly got away. And we'll think that might be a hit. We'll have to wait and see on that one. That's a tough play for a third base.
That's a hard one. That's a long throw, isn't it?
Yep, they're deliberating, but the leadoff man is aboard, and that is Tyler Parker, who's 0 for 1 coming into that at bat, and that'll bring up the third baseman, Matt Dreyer. He walked, of course, back in the second inning, and yep, they will call that an error. So that'll be the first error of the ball game and the first error of the year on Matt Brown. So 1 on, nobody out, and Rodriguez will go from the belt, and the right-hander delivers high and in for ball 1. And, well, Dr. Finch, you got all the days counted down?
Well, it won't be long now, Scott. This is quite a career, though. I've really enjoyed being here in Cedar Rapids.
And, of course, that's just kind of the end destination of a long journey, hasn't it?
44 years.
44 years. Runner not going. The pitch swung on and lifted high in the air to right field. Madrigal coming in about 3 steps. Staggers underneath it, puts it away for out number 1. So Matt Dreyer flies out to Warner Madrigal in right field for the first out. And 44 years now, you probably went through the entire cycle teaching. I know you were a coach.
Yes.
At one point.
Yes. As I coached football, coached girls basketball, was a graduate teaching assistant at the University of Iowa with Jerry Burns in the 60s.
Wow.
And I've had a great career. It's been very rewarding for me.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know you worked with Coach Burns down at Iowa.
Oh, yes.
He's a good guy.
And Billy Happel, Senior.
Runner taking off. Rodriguez steps off the rubber and chases him back to first. Matt Pagnazzi struck out in the second inning. He is 0 for 1. Runner on at first base is Tyler Parker. He reached on Matt Brown's error to lead off the top half of the 4th inning. 2-0 Peoria here on opening night from Veterans Memorial Stadium. Throw to first and back in sliding is Parker. So you never coached baseball?
Never coached baseball. Nope. I played a little high school baseball, but that was about it.
That was about it. Pagnazzi in there from the right side. Nephew of former Cardinal catcher. There goes the runner, hit and run, and a line drive single into left field for a base hit. Parker's going to have to hold on at second as that ball was scalded. Blake Balcom got it back in, and 2 on with 1 out now for the Peoria Chiefs. That ball was hit pretty well.
That was a shot.
Yes, it was. Miko Jaramillo will come up, the shortstop, slick fielding shortstop for Peoria. Outfield plays him straight away. He grounded out to Howie Kendrick at second, his first time up. Parker on at second. Pagnazzi now aboard at first. 2-0 here, Peoria on top. Jaramillo from the right side, taking his time. Upright stance, and Rodriguez, the right-hander from the belt, now will whirl and throw to second, and back in is Tyler Parker. Well, you got 2 young students with you tonight, Dr. Finch, and
yep, we do. We got Kate and Jane Day, who are 4th graders out at Hiawatha Elementary School.
All right. 2 on. The pitch, curve, taken for a strike. And now, how, of all the kids in the district, now how did these 2 get to come tonight?
Well, their mother is my assistant.
Oh, okay.
Assistant to the superintendent and secretary to the board. And so their parents are here, sitting over there in the booth with us.
Terrific. There's a curve taken down low. Duenas fakes the throw to first. Pauly was not holding the runner on, and he scampers back in. 1-1 count with 1 out and 2 on. I thought there maybe was some kind of contest or something.
Well, we have about 18,000 students, so that'd be quite a contest.
It would be a good contest from 12th grade all the way down to kindergarten.
Right.
1 out, 2 on. Duenas setting up outside. Rodriguez delivers, and here's a swing and a fly ball to right center. Hit pretty well. Going back on a Cosby, being called off by the right fielder Madrigal. He makes the catch. Runner on at second, tags and heads to third, and he'll be there with 2 outs. First and third with 2 outs after the fly ball to right center field by Milko Jaramillo. So a little bit of a scoring threat here put on by Peoria. in the top half of the fourth inning.
I should add, Scott, that the Kernels have been great partners with us in our schools and our reading programs. As a matter of fact, they're going to be out at Hiawatha, I believe, on Monday. And they've just been wonderful working with the kids, particularly at Taylor Elementary, but they've worked with many of the other schools also in the
And I
district.
think it was mentioned, Johnny got 32 assemblies this year. 32. So I think everyone's going to get pretty much hit around around the Cedar Rapids area.
It's great. They've been wonderful.
First and third, 2 outs. And the top of the order, Mike McCoy, the second baseman up there, hitting from the right side. Long look by Rodriguez, and he delivers. And a curve down low for ball one. 2-0 Peoria here in the top half of the fourth inning. Joe Cunningham flashing the signs over in the third base coaching box. Tyler Parker reached on an error by Matt Brown. He's on at third. Brown playing about even with the bag off about, 3 or 4 steps. Rodriguez delivers. Curve. Swung on a miss. Make that a slider, and it's 1-1. Yeah, they'll be at Hiawatha. They not only go around to most of the elementary schools. That's mainly the ones they hit. A lot of them in the Cedar Rapids district, but also I think John goes out to Prairie and to the Linn-Mar district as well.
Sure, all the surrounding schools.
The 1-1. There's a curve for a strike, and it's a now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hard to believe it's already in April here. The school year is flying by.
Absolutely. In fact, we've got about a month and a half left in the entire school year.
And then the 3 high schools will be graduating. The runner from first goes, throw to second base, and coming back home with it is Kendrick, and a double steal executed by Peoria. And they steal a run, and it's now 3-0. I thought maybe Kernels had a shot at getting the runner at second.
I thought they had him.
But Kendrick chose to throw home, and Peoria, playing very aggressive baseball, picks up another tally, and they now lead it 3-0. But that was the play that was called by the Kernels. And Kendrick took the throw about 3 steps in front of the second base bag. So it's 3-0. Runner in scoring position. At second is Pagnazzi. And McCoy with a 2-2 count with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. A little number up the third base line. It's going to be a tough play. Rodriguez off the mound. Sidearm throw. They got him.
Ooh, good play.
Certainly was. Rafael Rodriguez showing a very good arm as he retires McCoy 1-3. In the top of the fourth inning for Peoria, they come up with 1 run, an unearned run on 1 hit, 1 error, and they leave a man aboard. 5 left on so far by the Chiefs. As we head to the bottom of the fourth, it's Peoria 3, Kernels nothing. You're listening to Kernel Baseball right here on the Zone.
Hey man, what's up? Just getting ready to kick your butt. Right. And mess up your hair? You just wish you could look this good. Boo! Nothing but net. Hey, I'm a busy guy. I don't have time to make my hair look as good as yours. I mean, who has time to schedule an appointment, let alone show up for it? Not me. I just go to Cost Cutters. I can get in whenever it's convenient for me. Nice shot. Yeah. So you're telling me you just walk into Cost Cutters and come out looking good? Well, for some of us that comes naturally. But Cost Cutters makes it easier. They can do anything you want. A cool cut, even some color, and get some of that styling gel stuff to keep you looking good. Like me. Oh, so that's why your hair never moves. Oh, you're funny. Cost Cutters. Thanks, man. This'll save me some time. Great. Then you'll have time to work on your game. Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Are you a busy guy? Save yourself time and walk into one of our area's 12 Cost Cutters whenever it's convenient for you. Then relax, because Cost Cutters will make things easy and affordable for you.
Cost Cutters. Live your life. We always have time for your hair.
Hey, corporate employees and union members too. Airport National 27-hole public golf course in Cedar Rapids has an unbelievable new corporate union season pass special for you. 2 people for $300, 4 people for $250, 10 people or more for only $200 each. Add a spouse for only $125 or just $50 for each child. Airport National Public Golf is now accepting new corporate, charity, and church golf outings and leagues starting as low as only $11 per person. Holy sliced, Batman. Please visit us just 4 miles east of the Eastern Iowa Airport today.
Bottom of the fourth inning, 3-0 Peoria as the Chiefs lead it here over the Cedar Rapids Kernels. And for the Kernels, coming up here in the bottom half of the fourth inning, it'll be 3, 4, and 5, Brandon Wood, Warner Madrigal, and Matt Brown to face the right-hander, who's been very, very tough, and that is Mark Michael. Visiting with Superintendent of Schools in Cedar Rapids, Dr. Lou Finch, as Dr. Finch will be retiring at the end of the 2004 school year. And this is kind of as we mentioned, the home stretch of things. You're looking ahead. I'm sure the seniors class is looking ahead to graduation, and that won't be too much in the future.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we just talked about commencements. We have 4 commencements in the school district right at the end of May. So,
now, are those going to be downtown again? There's the first pitch, grounded to third. Nice play off the short, hot by Dreyer. Bad throw, but coming off the bag to make the tag at first is John Santor, so 1 pitch and 1 out.
The Metro High School commencement is at the Crown Plaza.
Okay.
And then the 3 comprehensive high schools, Jeff, Kennedy, and Wash, is at the down in the Five Seasons.
Okay, great.
Actually, U.S. Cellular now.
Yep, U.S. Cellular Center, you betcha. 1 out for Warner Madrigal, the right fielder, grounded out to Dreyer at third, and he just about gets hit by an inside pitch, backed out of the way of that curveball, and it's 1-0. Well, I imagine there's a lot of great memories here in Cedar Rapids for you in all kinds of different facets, and there's a swing and a foul. That one might have got a piece of the umpire, home plate umpire Nick Monaco, and he'll shake it off, and it's 1-1. But, you know, athletics, drama, band, academics.
Down at the Fab 5 concert last Monday night. It's the best show in town.
Certainly is. 1-1. That pitch, sidearm pitch down low by the right-hander Mark Michael. Yeah, I caught a little bit of that on television, and
yes,
that'll get you going. The 2-1 swung on and missed, and Madrigal now with a count of 2-2.
I'm just amazed at the talent out there in this community. I don't know if you went to the Follies that they had, and my gosh, the local talent is just terrific.
You know where all those kids get the talent?
Yes.
Check swing. Did he go? Yes, they did. They appeal it down to the base umpire, and he rings up Warner Madrigal for the 3rd strikeout of the night for Michael, and quickly 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and that'll bring up Matt Brown. And we mentioned a lot of great memories, and you'll hand over the reins coming up to the new superintendent, whoever that may be, and they'll pick up right where you left off. Brown swings and hits one down to Bobby Magianas, and off his hands, foul down in the third base coaching box.
Thanks, Scott. Speaking of the new superintendent, it's Dave Marquardt. He's currently superintendent of schools in Rock Island, Illinois. And Dave called me today, and we had quite a conversation about some of the issues that are coming up here in the school district. Budgets and levies and all of those good things.
Here's a little fister towards center field and right at Evans, and he's going to make the put out. Kernels go down 1-2-3. And well, Dr. Finch, it's been a pleasure sitting in with you in the 4th inning, and we wish you nothing but the best in retirement. I know we're going to see you at the high school games and whatnot, so we will see you down the road. But great job you've done here in Cedar Rapids.
Thank you. You betcha.
Dr. Lou Finch, the superintendent of schools here in the Cedar Rapids metro area. After 4, it's Peoria 3 and the Kernels nothing. Back with more Kernel baseball right after this. You're listening to The Zone.
Saturday morning. It's over easy as Scott Unash dishes up the Hy-Vee Coaches Corner here on The Zone. It's a hearty helping of local sports coverage from the Metro and beyond. All the latest prep news, the way only Scott can serve it up, cooked up live from this week's featured Cedar Rapids Marion Hy-Vee Kitchen. Get your Saturday breakfast special by tuning in to the Hy-Vee Coaches Corner, live from the Hy-Vee Kitchen at 4035 Mount Vernon Road Southeast. Only here on The Zone.
Dick Ramsey is the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company, Skogman Realty. That means when you're marketing your home for sale or searching for the ideal home to buy, Dick Ramsey's Home Team will get you the results you deserve. Dick Ramsey's Home Team has the best deal going. Buy one of their homes, and Ramsey will buy yours. That's the winning edge Dick Ramsey's Home Team will deliver to you. Dick Ramsey, the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company, Skogman Realty. There's a one-stop service center for your car or truck. Webb's Transmission in Cedar Rapids, where Mike, Tracy, and the gang will take care of your automotive needs. Using a combination of experience, common sense, and computer diagnostics, Webb's Transmission will service your engine, transmission, perform brake and coolant service for just about any routine maintenance. And now, Webb's Transmission offers injector cleaning. Webb's Transmission at the corner of J Street and 36th Avenue Southwest in Cedar Rapids.
Hey, we're back with you, top of the fifth inning, and the Peoria Chiefs looking to spoil the home and season opener for the Kernels as they lead it 3-0. And coming up for Peoria, it'll be 2, 3, and 4. Kyle Boyer, Corey Heather, and Terry Evans. And John, Peoria just flat out stole a run there in the top half of the fourth inning.
That old double steal, as you and Dr. Finch said, I thought we might have the lead runner or the back runner at second, but maybe the throw was a little shallow. It might have been a depth perception illusion, but they did steal a run.
Curve outside to Kyle Boyer. He walked and then lined out to Warner Madrigal in right field. 0 for 1 officially, and just a gorgeous night here at the ballpark.
Gosh, it's turned out just to be so that with that wind dying down.
Swinging a foul off to our right. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. 3-0 Peoria. They've out-hit the Kernels 2-1. And tell you what, Rafael Rodriguez struggled a little bit, but when he's had to make the big pitch and make the big out, he's done it. Here's a swing and a tapper toward the Peoria dugout, fielded by Joe Cunningham, and he'll underhand it to about one of 800 or so that are lifting their arms over there.
Joe picked somebody out,
including members of that Diamondback team. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And now Tommy Duane is going to go out to talk things over with Rafael Rodriguez. Well, I got to ask you, John, I don't know for sure. Do we have more trivia this year?
Yes, Scott, we have the continuation of what's been a terrific, fun, entertaining partnership with our fans through Springhouse Family Restaurant, and we will have that. Boy, I'm dusting off the cobwebs here of broadcasting. We will have that in the top of the 6th inning.
Top of the 6th. All right. We wanted to warm everybody up at home.
Glad you did that, Scott, because it is coming up just around the corner.
Slider gets away from Tommy Duenas. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Kyle Boyer. And on deck, Cody Heather. Or Heather, I beg your pardon. That's a tough name.
Yeah, I've had trouble with it too, Scott.
2-2. Curveball, broken bat, and a little flare into short center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Rafael got in on the kitchen of Kyle Boyer, but he did a great job of fouling it off and actually fisting it off and putting it into short center field for a leadoff single. Leadoff man aboard for the second time in 5 innings for the Chiefs.
You notice, Scott, everybody in the diamond kind of flinched when that barrel started going out towards it. Wound up in foul ground outside of third, but boy, that's dangerous when that barrel breaks.
There goes the runner. Pitch taken down low. Throw by Duenas to second base. Out at second base. Throw is just in the shortstop side, and a very quick tag applied by Howie Kendrick.
That Tommy Duenas got rid of that pitch and that throw in the blink of an eye.
Cody Heather, the batter, he's reached on fielder's choices twice, has scored a run. That came back in the first inning. He scored ahead of Terry Evans' first home run, and a little bit of activity starting to develop down in the Kernel right field bullpen. The 1-0, swing and a shot to center field. Cosby turns, goes back on it. He won't get it. It's over his head and off the wall. Heather around second base. He's chugging for third. Here comes a relay throw from Kendrick, and it's not in time. A sliding triple for Cody Heather. And that'll be the 4th hit of the night for the Chiefs.
Well, Heather just pulverized that pitch, and had Quan turned the right way on it, possibly he could have made the catch, but I'll tell you, that ball was really crushed.
That was a rocket. And up in the Kernel bullpen, Alan Buckley.
Alan Buckley, indeed, just starting to limber up.
6'6", 230-pound right-hander. He's the center on the basketball team for the Kernels this year.
You need strong post play, don't you?
He and Bob Zimmerman are going to be manning the middle. See if the Kernels bring the infield in. They will not for Terry Evans. This is a tough call with the cleanup man up. 1 out, runner on at third, and the pitch. Slider catches the outside corner for a strike. And Rafael Rodriguez could really use a strikeout here.
Brought up a good point, Scott, the infield back. So a strikeout or a foul out or keep that runner at third somehow.
Outfield slightly shaded to the right. Swing and a miss on a let-up. And Evans is in the hole 0-2. Change up high, and he got Evans to chase it. Cody Heather on at third base. 3-0 Peoria with 1 out. Here at the top of the 5th, Rodriguez looks to third, delivers, swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night for Terry Evans, and did not have a very good attack.
And Scott, the same Terry Evans, who has a 2-run homer and was hit by a pitch. So, my goodness, you asked for a key strikeout, and the Colonel right-hander, Rafael Rodriguez, really came through big time against the cleanup batter.
Now you got to bear down against the salty veteran, John Santor. 2 out, runner on a third, pitch dug out of the dirt by Duenas. 1-0. Now the Colonel infield can get all the way back to their normal position. Straight up in the infield, straight up in the outfield. Santor's flied to center twice to Quan Cosby. Here's the 1-0 delivery. Line drive to right field. Diving attempt off the glove of Kendrick in short right. And that will be a run-scoring single. Was not hit hard, John.
In shallow right field, it was tailing away from Howie. Right off the end of the bat, as you said, Scott, and it's ruled a 2-out RBI single. And all that great work to strike out Terry Evans is a little bit for naught, as Howie Kendrick had that ball kind of squirt just beyond his reach.
4-0. Buckley continues, the right-hander, to warm up in the Cedar Rapids bullpen. 2 out, runner on at first. Fastball, just high to the number 6 batter, the right fielder, Tyler Parker. He scored a run, reached on Matt Brown's there, and was a part of that double steal for the 3rd run of the night for Peoria. 4-0, the Chiefs leading it. Here's the 1-0, and that's up high. Coming up for the Kernels in the home half of the 5th, it'll be Blake Balcom, Matt Pauley, and Tommy Duenas. Middle to the bottom part of the Kernel order. Rodriguez falling behind again. Right-hander from the belt, delivers. Well, curve taken for a strike. Started off at about 60 degrees, probably, low 50s, I'd imagine, right now. Good to see Gary Keppel at the ballpark tonight. The 2-1. Curves, swatted straight back foul.
TV9's Kent Lee down below, Scott.
Did not flinch, by the way.
Come on out tomorrow. Good Friday. We have baseball for you with the gates opening at 5:30. The Ask the Manager show. Bobby Magianis will take your questions. I'll give you our email address.
There goes the runner. Pitch taken outside. Duenas to throw the second base in plenty of time. And Tommy with a pair of ring-ups here on attempted steals here in the 5th inning as he throws out Santor by plenty. 2-4, the caught stealing. And for Peoria, they come up with another run in the top of the 5th inning. 1 run on 3 hits. No Colonel errors and nobody left on base. Halfway home from Veterans Memorial Stadium on this opening night. After 4.5, it's Peoria 4, the Kernels nothing. This is Colonel Baseball here on the Zone.
Toyota Financial Services of Cedar Rapids understands the importance of reading in the lives of our community's children. That's why they're proud to fund the 6th annual Toyota Financial Services Kernel Summer Reading Program. The generous support of Toyota Financial Services will result in Kernel players conducting a record 32 elementary school assemblies this spring to encourage girls and boys to read throughout the summer. Their reading accomplishments will be recognized by Toyota Financial Services with fabulous rewards. Toyota Financial Services, a true hero to the Kernels and the youth of our community.
Renowned for his blazing fastball, Iowa's Hall of Fame pitcher Bob Feller earned the nickname Rapid Robert. The baseball immortal performed miraculous feats no matter which name he was called. The same holds true for Banks Heating and Air Conditioning. They're now known as Comfort Solutions by Banks. The new name, Comfort Solutions by Banks brings with it the same quality and dependability you've counted on for years. Receive up to $1,000 rebate or up to a 10-year extended warranty with the purchase of qualifying Dave Lennox Signature Collection home comfort systems from Comfort Solutions by Banks. Offer expires May 31st, 2004. Lennox, making your home a better place. Lennox dealers include independently owned and operated businesses. See your participating Lennox dealer, Comfort Solutions by Banks, for details.
Fifth inning, Kernels with some work to do as the Peoria Chiefs, the farmhands of the St. Louis Cardinals, lead at 4-0. One hit for the Kernels, and that's it. And it's been Blake Balcom to deliver that one. Let's see what he does here to lead off the fifth. Takes a look at pitch down low in the dirt, and it's 1-0. Balcom, Matt Pauley, and Tommy Duenas coming up for Cedar Rapids here in the bottom of the fifth inning to face the tough right-hander, swing and a miss on a fastball. Mark Michael, boy, John, he has been very, very good so far for Peoria. He's the number 4 or 4th round draft choice last June out of Delaware.
And all you Cardinal fans like myself know the Cardinals in desperate need of some young pitching help down the road.
Here's the pitch, swatted on the ground. Couple hops to the second baseman. Coming up with it is McCoy, and he throws him out.
And that is now, Scott, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 in a row retired, as you said, by Mark Michael. And golly, you know, the Cardinals stumbling out of the gate, losing 3 of 4 to Milwaukee at Busch Memorial Stadium. And their farm system has tonight's not an indication with the Chiefs up 4-0, but as a whole, the Cardinal system has kind of fallen on some hard times.
Well, and you and I talked about it before the game, John. They've made some trades to try to win some flags, and some good, some bad, but they've traded away a lot of young talent.
Yes, they have, including a pair of shortstops, Jack Wilson and Brent Butler.
He was terrific. The 1-0, swing and a miss by Matt Pauley, the first baseman, walked his first time up. Back in the second inning. 4-0, bases empty, 1 out here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Peoria leading the Kernels. Pauley in there from the left side. Twirls the bat over his left shoulder and takes a look at a backdoor pitch outside for ball 2.
Now the Cardinals will counter and say that they can hang their hat on Albert Pujols as a product of their system, and that's true.
And they can.
Yeah, that's true, but we're talking about depth.
The 2-1 is outside. Good eye for Matt Pauley, and now 3-1. Buckley still warming up in the bullpen, and I would not be surprised if we see him coming in the 6th. The 3-1 delivery to Pauley, outside, ball 4, and he takes his second walk, and that is walk number 2 delivered by the right-hander, Mark Michael.
You know, Scott, with the really tragic story of Rick Ankiel, the Cardinals are really thin in pitching.
Well, just take a look at the majors.
Yeah, they're having to. When you have Kiko Calero as a candidate in spring training as a starter, not to diminish his skills, but you know that means you don't have a lot.
Tommy Duenas bounced into a fielder's choice his first time up. 4-0 Peoria here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Pauley on at first, not being held on. Playing in front of him is John Santor. But the Cardinals will try to build from within. Slow curve taken for a strike by Duenas. Looked like he was taken all the way there. And it takes a while. It's not something that's done overnight. Look at the Chicago Cubs. I mean, they have a very, very good farm system. And it has taken a long, long time to get that taken care of. Here's the 0-1, another slow curve and a beauty as Duenas was buckled on that one.
Oh, you're right, Scott. The Cubs were really the dregs of minor league baseball during the 80s and 90s, but man, they've really turned it around nicely.
No balls, 2 strikes on opening night. Nice crowd on hand. I'll let John do the crowd estimating this year. The 0-2. Slow curve, swung on and missed. So a steady diet of slow curveballs to Tommy Duenas, and he's the 4th strikeout victim for Mark Michael. And that'll bring up the number 9 man, and the DH, Aaron Peel. On the other hand, you look at the Anaheim Angels farm system, rated number 1 in all of Major League Baseball.
And it takes a combination of wise drafting and very good player development. And let's face it, Scott, it takes some luck too, because drafting professional baseball players, no matter how scientific or well planned or intended, is still a lot of luck.
1 ball, no strikes. Paulie on at first, not being held on by Santor. Outfield shaded to the left for the Colonel D.H. Peel, and he tips one foul at the foot of the catcher, Pagnazzi. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kernels and Peoria tomorrow night, game 2 of the 3-game set. Kevin Jepson, we welcome him back. Well, he'll be a sight for sore eyes tomorrow night.
Got off to that terrific start, 5-0 last spring, and then struggled a bit and had to be shelved for almost the rest of the season with a tender shoulder.
6-3 with a 2.65 ERA. The 1-1, high and tight. Michael's lost a couple miles per hour off the fastball. First start of the year, I would imagine there, although there is no one warming up at the Peoria bullpen right now down the third base line, that we won't see too many more innings from Mark Michael. 2 balls, 1 strike. The right-hander's slow curve is taken for a strike, and well, he's got a nice curveball.
He's been getting it over all evening. You talk about farm systems, Scott, and how strong the Anaheim Angels system is, and the fact we have 9 guys returning from last year's ball club is a real indication of that.
The 2-2, check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. As the tag applied by the catcher Pagnazzi, and back-to-back strikeouts to end the bottom of the 5th inning. No runs, no hits, the walk. Man left on for the Kernels. We've left 2 on through 5. And as we head to the top of the 6th inning on opening night, it's Peoria 4, Kernels nothing. You're listening to Kernel Baseball here on the Zone.
Papa John's pizza, it's so good. Better is best, that's understood. Better call Papa John's tonight. Better call Papa, he's got it right. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Papa John's.
Attention baseball fans, call your local Papa John's for our home run special. Get a large pizza with up to 3 toppings of your choice for only $9.99.
Papa John's.
Better call Papa.
Faucets leaking, termites feasting, fish and tackle, paints and spackle, tubs, jacuzzis, tapes and movies, everything from A to Z. Tile and lumber, tons of plumbers, elevators, coffee makers, radiators, party favors. Take a look and you'll see. Let your fingers do the walking through Yellow Book and the other book.
When it comes to making their buying decisions, people today let their fingers do the walking through Yellow Book Yellow Pages. It's no wonder. Yellow Book's packed with money-saving coupons, restaurant menus, and vital community info. And with more ads than ever before, it has everything you need right at your fingertips. It's easy to spot. Just reach for the yellow directory with the map on the cover and join the smart shoppers who choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Put your business in Yellow Book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Let your fingers do walking through Yellow Book and the other book.
We're into the 6th inning as the Dairy Queen's dugout dance back once again with Clancy Harrington.
By popular acclaim, the crowd seems to be saying, Scott, boy, those kids, I don't know if they learn it from MTV or from dance lessons, but they can really shake it up, can't they?
Oh, you betcha. They shake a leg out there.
They cut a rug.
4-0 Peoria. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 error for the Kernels. And for Cedar Rapids, first call to the bullpen of the year, John. Right-hander, the big man, 6'6", 230-pounder from Brandon, Mississippi, Alan Buckley.
Yes, our U.S. Cellular call to the bullpen brings on the big right-hander. Rafael Rodriguez cannot win this game. He is on the line, trailing 4-0. Rafael, 5 innings, pitched 4 runs, 3 earned on 5 hits. He fanned 3, and I'll get his walk and hit batsman total as we go.
Tyler Parker steps in, broken bat, grounder to third. Brown fields it, has to elude the bat and throws him out. And 1 pitch, 1 out, 1 busted bat for Alan Buckley.
Well, Scott, I have Rafi as walking 3 and hitting a batter.
Yep, you got it. Matt Dreyer's 0 for 1. He walked back in the 2nd inning. That bat really didn't come real close to Matt Brown. About 10 feet away up the third base line. The bat went, and Matt went a little bit to the left.
And he did a very fine job of not losing. It's what do they call it? Anderson Brown Eye Care would call it peripheral vision, right?
That's right.
Matt didn't let that affect him.
Sinker taken for a ball. Looked like a sinker anyway. Dreyer, as we mentioned, 0 for 1. Third baseman. Slide out to right. And Warner Madrigal last time up. And he hits one to Madrigal again. Warren goes back and in front of the warning track. Makes a nice running grab. Warner Madrigal puts away Matt Dreyer for out number 2.
And back, as we said, for the 6th straight year, our friends at the Springhouse Family Restaurant with the Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question. Tomorrow's Good Friday and serving steamed cod every Friday all day, the Springhouse Family Restaurant.
And I'm honored to read trivia question number 1.
From the Springhouse.
There's a curve in the dirt taken for a ball for Matt Pagnazzi. Are you ready to go, John?
I am. I think our listeners are itching at the fingertips.
They're itching, and get your digit ready to go. All right, after this pitch, we'll give it to you. Matt Pagnazzi ahead 1-0. Buckley delivers. A little comebacker. We'll have to get to the trivia question in the bottom of the 6th because that was an easy 1-2-3 inning for Alan Buckley, who looked very good as he retires the Chiefs in order. So we'll have the Springhouse trivia question for you coming up first thing in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1-2-3 go the Chiefs in the top half of the 6th, and after 5.5, Peoria leads at 4-0. You're listening to Kernel Baseball here on the Zone.
Kernels fans, your Cedar Rapids Taco Bell restaurants have something new for you to cheer about this season. A Taco Bell 10 spot. When the Kernels score 10 or more runs in any game this season, you'll score beef tacos for just 39 cents the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell. That's a savings of 50 cents per taco. Limit 10 per customer. Remember, when the Kernels put up a Taco Bell 10 spot by plating 10 or more runs in any game, you get up to 10 39-cent beef tacos the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell.
There's a dream that lies in your heart to tell you you're one of a kind. This is your time just for you. Rise up, be strong. Originality lasts a whole lot long. Nothing better. Dr. Pepper, the taste of originality. Dr. Pepper, salute individuality. Dr. Pepper, do what you do, your moment has come. You're not like anyone, nothing's better. Dr. Pepper, do what you do, your moment has come. You're not like anyone, nothing's better. Dr. Pepper.
And one of the most popular attractions at the ballpark's back again, the Dental Center Kiss Cam.
Dr. Brad Stovey and Hagenman and Seberg bringing us to the backdrop of
Barry Manilow. You can't beat Barry Manilow at the ballpark. Quan Cosby, the top of the order for the Kernels. Quan's grounded out twice, and he'll try to get that goose egg off the board as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Line drive other way into the left center field gap and going to the wall. And watch Quan run. He's around first on his way to second. He's going to turn it on for third. Here's the throw. Save for the leadoff triple is Quan Cosby. Kernels with runner in scoring position.
Only our second hit of the night, and man, is Quan exciting to watch. You said it, Scott. Look at him gallop, and gallop he did. He flew into third with a feet-first slide, and there's a runner at third with nobody out.
And the Peoria bullpen is up with a right-hander. Howie Kendrick struck out and grounded out. He's coming up, takes a look at a curve from the right-hander Mark Michael outside for ball 1. We need to get to our Springhouse Daily Trivia Challenge
as we get some runs.
Absolutely. We'll get to it after this pitch. Michael already into the high set, looks to third, and delivers outside. 30 years ago tonight, and I cannot believe it's already 30 years ago tonight, Hammer and Hank Aaron broke Babe Ruth's all-time home run mark when he slugged his 715th in Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium. We're asking tonight, what was the Braves' home ballpark Fulton County Stadium known as. Here's a little grounder up the first base line taken by Santor. He's going to hold the runner and tag the bag to get Kendrick out.
I thought Quan might have broken, but the fact that the first baseman Santor picked it up in front of the bag, Scott, froze Quan, and he's talking it over with Bobby Magianis at third. I'm not sure if Quan should have broken or not.
That's a tough play for the runner because you're down 4 runs.
Yeah. You don't want to take too big a risk
with nobody out.
Exactly.
So I think he made the right play, especially with Brandon Wood coming up. What was the Braves' home ballpark, Fulton County Stadium, known as? Here's Michael's delivery and the curve taken for a strike. 896-7589, John. 896-7589 if you know the answer to the Springhouse trivia question. Braves are playing the Dodgers that night. The 0-1 curveball slugged in the air to deep center. Turning is Evans, and he's not going to get to it. It'll one-hop the wall. Brandon Wood around second. He will try for an RBI triple. Here's the throw. Safe is Wood. Then he came off the bag. Then he scampers back on. He's safe again. And the first run of the year for the Kernels brought home on a Brandon Wood RBI triple. Brandon Wood gets Quan Cosby home easily. And I believe we have a winner, by the way, the Springhouse Trivia Challenge for tonight. We'll get you the winner's name coming up in a moment. One hop the wall just to the right of the flagpoles and the 403 mark. That'll bring up Warner Madrigal, who's 0 for 2. Slightly open stance on the right side. Right-hander continues to warm for Peoria. 4-1 now. Favor of the Chiefs. Curve inside for ball 1. Brandon Wood showing quite a bit of power right there as he hit it to the just about to the deepest part of the ballpark. And we do have a winner to congratulate. We'll get to that in a moment. 1 out, runner on a third. Swing and a miss and a high fastball. And our winner tonight, KJ Pilcher from the southwest side of Cedar Rapids. Congratulations to KJ. He came up with the correct answer.
To the Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question. Scott will repeat it and give the correct answer that KJ gave to earn his $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse.
The 1-1 lifted in the air to right. Underneath it is Parker, comes in a few steps, tagging up his Wood, and a drop fly ball in right.
You could see it coming, Scott. He took his eye off of it. Big error by the right fielder brings home Brandon Wood, and we've cut the lead in half. The right fielder kept looking at the plate instead of the fly ball.
That's right, and we'll have to wait and see if that'll be scored as an RBI for Warner Madrigal. It'll be an error on the right fielder, Parker, and boy, John, you're right. Routine, he was sizing up the play at the plate
before he caught it.
30 years ago tonight, as the pitching coach for Peoria, Brian Eversgerd, will come out to the mound and have a confab with Mark Michael. 30 years ago tonight, Hank Aaron broke Babe Ruth's all-time home run mark when he slugged his 715th in Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium. We asked what was the Braves' home ballpark, Fulton County Stadium, known as. Of course, it's not around anymore.
KJ Pilcher knew what it was known as, Scott. A launching pad.
The old launching pad.
Boy, that ball would fly out of there. The fences and power alleys were shallow to begin with. And folks, I'm not linking the name of Atlanta Fulton County Stadium in any way to Hank Aaron taking away, diminishing his great accomplishment.
Oh, no.
No. Hank Aaron's home runs would have gone out of the Grand Canyon.
Absolutely. 4-2 now. The Kernels have cut the lead in half. And here's the pitch to Matt Brown, and the third baseman takes a look at one down low. No call to the bullpen yet, so they're going to stick with Mark Michael. Been hit hard for the first time tonight here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
And we've cut the lead in half.
Madrigal being held on by Santor. Santor actually playing in front of the runner. Right-hander delivers, and a slider misses, and it's 2-0 to Matt Brown. Tying run up there in the form of Browning.
The old launching pad.
Boy, I remember that just like it was yesterday.
Well, Scott will reminisce a bit more about Hank Aaron's historic home run 30 years ago tonight.
Here's the 2-0 swing and a miss as Brown was trying to tie the game up with one mighty swing.
Brownie was trying to create his own launching pad.
Yes, he was. He was trying to pull it over onto the Randy Keel Hoffman Pavilion.
Scott, I was fortunate enough, as you were, to be brought up in both a family and a community where racism really wasn't part of everyday life or culture. It just wasn't.
The 2-1 ground ball, left field base hit. Madrigal on his way to second. He'll stop there. Matt Brown with his first base hit of the year. He's 1 for 3, and the Kernels have the tying runs on, and we'll see if Peoria is going to make a move here.
We're making some noise now.
This looks like the team that was hitting at Provo last year.
What I didn't realize, Scott, and I've read some of the accounts of Hank Aaron having to have Secret Service and FBI, I didn't realize that a significant portion of the American populace in 1974 did not want Hank Aaron to break that record.
No.
For racist reasons.
And thankfully everything went off very well that night in Atlanta. Look to second, the delivery. Fastball taken low for ball 1. To Blake Balcom. He's singled and grounded to second base. 4-2, the lead has been cut in half. Warner Madrigal on at second base. Matt Brown on at first, not being held on by Santor. He plays behind him. Outfield shaded to the left. Evans pretty shallow in center field. Michael from the high set looks to second, delivers. Line drive just foul down the first base line. And that got the attention of the Colonel first base coach,
Justin Bachman.
Good to see Justin back here in Cedar Rapids.
He made it to the big leagues after stealing 52 bases here in 1996.
That's right. Had a cup of coffee, but hey, a lot of guys don't get that.
We'll talk to Justin about, he worked with Larry Boa and Rod Carew during his time with the Anaheim Angels a few years ago.
2 on, 1 out, the 1-1. Swing and a miss on an inside fastball by Blake Balcom.
What I didn't realize, Scott, is that Hank Aaron received death threats and terribly racially charged letters, and I had no idea as a young teenager that kind of mentality even existed in our society.
Of course, that famous clip of Aaron hitting the home run.
Those two kids running out to congratulate him.
Swing and a miss on a check swing. Balcom was fooled as he went after the slow curve, and a big strikeout for the second out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Yeah, that's what you'll always remember, the two people coming out onto the field.
Yeah, those two kids, and Hank kind of had to shrug them aside, not in a mean way. And Scott, we didn't ask this for the Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia question, but it would have been a good one in addition to the launching pad answer. Who was in left field for the Dodgers that night?
Oh, boy.
He scaled the wall trying to get that home run.
I'm going to have to think on that one. 2 out, 2 on, the pitch. Taken inside on a fastball from Mark Michael to Nat Pauley, who's walked twice. The left-handed hitting first baseman up there with 2 outs, and the tying runs on. They're playing Pauley to go the other way. Big gap in right center for Matt. The 1-0. Just off the outside corner. Was not Reggie Smith.
Good guess, though. Very good guess. He can't give too many hints. He's already very...
I know through the pitch.
Have had
Al Downing.
Yes. You know who caught the home run.
The 2-0. Line drive into right field. Fair ball into the corner. This will tie things up. Madrigal will score. Matt Brown being waved home. Here's the throw home. Offline safe. And we're tied at 4 on a 2-run double by first baseman Matt Pauley. And it's 4-4.
Did he ever hit a BB into the right field corner, Scott? And with 2 outs, Warner Madrigal scored, and Matt Brown churned hard around third. He beat the relay throw home. It's been a 4-run Kernels 6th inning, and a knockout blow by Matt Pauley. He has knocked out the starter, Mark Michael, with a thunderous 2-out, 2-run double.
Now I'm sure the second guessers out there are saying, well, you may have left him in there too long. First game of the year, they were already saying that to Jimmy Williams down in Houston when Oswalt face Barry Bonds, but, it's baseball.
Yeah, if you pitch as well as Michael pitched tonight, you deserve a chance to qualify to get through the inning. Now, Scott, that double by Paulie, Matt has reached 3 times tonight.
2 walks and a double.
Let's see who's on for the Chiefs. It looks to be...
I'm going to let you take a crack at this one, John.
Well, I don't have my binoculars.
Number 20.
Okay, this is Rich Scalamander. Rich Scalamander.
From Brooklyn, smile when you say that, New York. He'll be the new pitcher. Smallest frame, 5'11", 195-pounder out of the borough of Brooklyn.
Ah, you said that well. Well, Scott, Tom House caught the home run by Hank Aaron. As you said, Al Downing delivered it. And I had asked this question to Mike Kuhlbeck, our media relations director, earlier this afternoon. He had guessed that Dusty Baker was in left field. You know who was in left field?
Nope.
Billy Buck.
Billy Buck was in left field.
Remember, he climbed that wall?
Yep. How about that? Now, I could have been here all night.
No, you'd have gotten it.
And I would have never guessed Bill Buckner.
I highly doubt that. Scott's getting the final numbers on Mark Michael, who is cruising along through this bottom of the 6th inning, but the Kernels with a pair of triples, a costly error by the right fielder Tyler Parker, and a clutch 2-run, 2-out double by Matt Pauly has sent Mark Michael to the showers. Scott has his partial line.
5 2/3, 5 hits, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, and 4 runs so far, and not all those earned. And now the right-hander Rich Galamandre out of Brooklyn, New York, gets set to face the Colonel catcher Tommy Duenas, who's 0 for 2. Go-ahead run on at second base with 2 outs. Swing and a miss as Duenas went after the high heat. And I think that crossed up the catcher Pagnazzi. He's already out talking things over with his pitcher. I don't think Rich Scalamandre is 5'11", by the way.
He looks more the size of the that little point guard that played the NCAA tournament for the University of Washington. Robinson?
Yep, I believe so. Matt Pagnazzi's 6'2", and he had a good 5 inches on the pitcher as they had a confab on the mound. 0-1 to Tommy. He was thinking dead red on that first pitch.
Well, this crowd's come to life, Scott. You mentioned estimating the crowd. I don't know how many, but they were loud on that 2-run double.
2 out, pitch in the dirt, low and away from Scalamandre. I need my faithful crowd estimator, Jeff Don, from the Gazette here. Jeff Johnson, of course, talked with him a little bit earlier on. He's covering Colonel baseball again this year for the Cedar Rapids Gazette. The 1-1, curve outside, a slow curve.
Scott, I'm going to say somewhere in the neighborhood of, I'm going to go with 1,862.
I think you're close. I'm going to go 1,750. But, tell you what, we've suffered through a lot of bad opening nights.
And this is not bad at all by that scale of comparison.
Look to second. Scalamandre from the belt delivers, and Duenas chases a pitch in the dirt, and it's 2-2.
That fooled Tommy.
Yes, it did. Kind of a hard sinker that time, maybe. Heavy pitch that time. A lot of what we mean by heavy is a lot of sinking and dipping motion in that one. Left-hander warming up now for Peoria. And they have only 2 left-handers. I think that's Brantley Jordan. 2-2, 2 out, 1 on. 4-4 game. The pitch blocked in the dirt by Pagnazzi. And the count goes full at 3-2. And see what Tommy can do here with the payoff pitch. Hey, something smells awful good that's wafting into the booth, John.
Probably some of that Clement bratwurst or hot dogs.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Tommy Duenas. Pauly on at second. Get the look and the delivery and a swing and a foul.
Tommy just nicked that one. Just got a piece of it.
Tapped his foul right off of his instep. And the count will stay 3-2. Bobby Magallanes, Colonel skipper, coaching at third. Justin Bachman, former Colonel shortstop, at first. Justin's going to be a terrific coach. He's got that good mentality for that. 3 balls, 2 strikes, now time called by home plate umpire Nick Monaco.
I was talking to him about that very subject, Scott, in the clubhouse the other day, and he said that he was the kind of guy that thrived on coaches that were patient and gave positive feedback.
And you need that. The 3-2 to Duenas. Upcoming. Swing and a high fly ball, but foul.
Oh, that was in a mile.
Towering. Not sure if it had home run distance, but it was close.
It went into the women's restroom.
Randy Kiel-Hoffman Pavilion. Hey, you got to knock before you go in there, guys. The chase was on.
Oh, brother. Tommy hit one high and deep but foul.
3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Salamandre from the belt looks to second and delivers. Swung on and missed. Duenas chased the pitch outside the zone, but the Kernels with a very productive bottom of the 6th inning. They come up with 4 runs on a total of 4 hits, 2 triples, a double and a single, and a huge error in right field opened up the floodgates. As we head to the 7th inning, John back with you with the call. 4-4 game, Kernels Peoria. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
You save big money when you shop Menards.
Think spring with big savings at Menards. Check out all the newest styles of patio furniture on sale. Relax in a 5-piece Newport table and chair set, only $116. A deluxe Aspen patio set with large rectangular table and 4 all-weather padded chairs is $275. Check out our great selection of replacement umbrellas and cushions, too. Get things cooking with big savings on barbecue grills at Menards. A 35,000 BTU Fiesta grill with side burner is on sale for just $144. A 40,000 BTU Charbroil gas grill with handle light is only $166. Plus, enter to win a Chevy Colorado. See store for details. Spring into big savings on grills and patio furniture at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Carousel Ford of Iowa City wants your business. We are Eastern Iowa's new and pre-owned truck superstore with over 100 new and 100 pre-owned trucks to choose from at all times. Let Carousel Ford show you the biggest inventory with the best prices. If we don't have it, they don't build it. Carousel Ford of Iowa City will earn your business the good old American way. Fair, simple, and honest. Carousel Ford of Iowa City, your new and pre-owned Louisville certified truck superstore. Come see why more Eastern Iowans are choosing Carousel Ford of Iowa City. 217 Stevens Drive, next to the Waterfront Hy-Vee.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers
have to say. To a Colonel 4-run rally in the home half of the 6th. 4-4 our score. Alan Buckley came on in relief for the Colonel starter, Rafael Rodriguez, and mowed down Peoria easily and in order in the top of the 6th. The Colonels parlayed that into a 4-run 4th inning, or a 4-run 6th inning, rather. And it looks like we're going to have a change in the Colonel defense as, well, let's see now. We have a new left fielder for the Colonels. And we'll have, that's Sean Rodriguez. Sean Rodriguez takes over in left. Blake Balcom goes from left to right. So Sean Rodriguez has entered this ball game, tied at 4. In the top of the 7th inning, Sean Rodriguez is the new Colonel left fielder here. In the top of the 7th, Scott did some research with our official score crew, and he'll tell you how many of the Colonel 4 runs in that 4-run bottom of the 6th were earned off of Mark Michael, the starter.
2 runs earned, John. Am I on?
You're all set, Scott.
Okay, 2 runs earned there, John. And Final line on Rafael Rodriguez, it was 3 earned runs out of the 4 for the Colonel right-hander.
He's off the hook now.
Yes, he is. And I missed your, we had a change defensively?
Yes, Sean Rodriguez is in left field for the Colonels, taking over for Blake Balcom, who moves to right. Warren Madrigal has been lifted. Strike called from right-hander Alan Buckley, a slider.
So Sean Rodriguez will hit in the number 4 hole.
Milko Jaramillo, the batter. Alan Buckley trying to make it 4 straight in relief for the starter, Rodriguez. Slider, it's in there at the knees. Strike 2 to Milko, who's grounded to second. And flown out to deep right. He's 0 for 2. The hits are even now at 5 apiece. Each club's made an error. We're tied at 4 into the final third of this game. A slider taken just outside.
Yeah, both teams 4-5-1.
Boy, that crowd came alive in the Colonel 4-run 6th inning.
Certainly did, and we saw a little bit of that hitting prowess we heard so much about.
A slider in the dirt. Alan Buckley is wearing a long sleeve red sweatshirt underneath his Colonel white top. The Colonels in their blue caps, navy blue with red bills. Fell behind 2-0 after 1 inning. The Chiefs added single runs in the 4th and 5th, and things looked rather bleak heading into the home half of the 6th, but that's when the Colonels popped off the mat with a 4 spot. Ball 3 in the dirt.
Boy, the thing you don't want to do here, John, after you have all the momentum in the world, is to give up a lead-off base run.
Especially when you were ahead 0-2. Tommy Duenas out to the hill to reassure Alan Buckley that he's the man in charge out there.
And a good move by Tommy Duenas. He's the veteran back there. Of course, Bobby Wilson's also going to get a lot of catching. He caught a Provo last year out of Seminole, Florida.
4 for our score. Here's a big pitch. In the dirt, ball 4. Well, that hurt. Alan Buckley was ahead to the number 9 hitter, 0-2, and then kind of nibbled and really didn't ever come after Milko Jaramillo, which surprised me.
Now it's the perfect opportunity for Joe Cunningham to try something here. A little hit and run perhaps, straight steal, even a bunt. And Matt Brown's going to move in at the edge of the grass because he's thinking about bunting.
Mike McCoy has a lot of choices, as Scott noted. Hit and run, bunt and run, straight steal. A bunt, pushed to first successfully. Sacrifice bunt, easy as can be, as Matt Polly had to pick it up near the bag and tag the batter, Mike McCoy, who did his job. A sacrifice, unassisted put-out for Matt Polly moves Jaramillo, the go-ahead run, into scoring position. Boy, that was a good bunt, Scott.
Yeah, he was trying to bunt for a hit, I think. And actually, there might have been a play at second base. That ball was hit pretty hard, bunted down the line. But Matt Polly got the sure out at first.
Kyle Boyers 1 for 2 with a walk. Breaking ball and strike in at the letters. To Kyle Boyer, the right-handed batter. Scott and I were reminiscing about that 1964 World Series that featured Kenny Boyer and Cleet Boyer for the Cardinals and Yankees. A nubber off the end of the bat, down on one knee to block it as Pauly throw to first, out by just a hair. That was a close play, Scott, and I thought the key was that Alan Buckley got to first base covering.
Did a great job, and not only that, but got the foot where it's down, and it was good feed, good toss that time by Matt Pauly. That's a tough play because you get that side spin, that English, if you will, on ball that's hit off the end of the bat like that. Pauly stayed with it and made a good play. And Eric Bennett is going to come out and talk things over with Alan Buckley.
And I'm sure he's going over pitch selection and the fact that you don't want to give that go-ahead run up. Make the Chiefs earn it. In other words, no wild pitches.
Plus, you got a pretty tough customer who's been on 3 times, including a triple.
And that tough customer, as Scott noted, is Cody Heather. Not only has he tripled, but he's scored 2 runs. Left-handed batter. Allen Fires outside, throw to third, and that was a bang-bang play. Tommy Duenas unleashed a throw, and Scott, I really don't know how Jaramillo, the go-ahead run, got back.
Yeah, Matt Brown thought they had him picked off.
I thought they had him. I thought the Kernels had the runner. The pitch, by the way, was just outside for ball one. Heather takes low, ball two. That didn't miss by much. Kernel outfield straight away.
Tommy tried to frame that pitch. Maybe tried a little bit too hard, brought it up a little bit.
Action in each club's bullpen. Swing and a foul rattles into the grandstand roof just far left. Down below it goes.
And a nice catch. Warming up for the Kernels, Von Sturtzbach. Or back. What did we determine it was?
Sturtzbach.
The Colonel is here.
Bob Brooks said he'd see us tonight, and Bob Brooks is here.
He's a man of his word.
The 2-1 is outside. I get the feeling, Scott, that part of Eric Bennett's talk with the right-hander Alan Buckley is if you're gonna get beat by the guy on deck. The 3-1. I was wrong again. Strikes out the outside corner. So now he can come back after him.
Absolutely. And we got a pretty good hitter on deck, and he's already hit a home run tonight, although that was off of Rodriguez.
Go ahead run at third. 2 gone. Top of the 7th. Full count pitch. Low and away. Cody Heather bilks a walk. He reaches for the 4th time tonight. And now Terry Evans, who gave the Chiefs the first inning lead with a opposite field 2-run blast, will bat with runners at the corners. And 2 out. Top of the 7th. Score tied at 4.
Tommy Duenas out, giving the signals to the infield. First and third situation. Remember, back in the 4th inning, John, Peoria stole a run on a double steal.
And that's why the Kernels have to be leery of that, although with the cleanup batter up, probably not as high a possibility, but nonetheless, hopefully the Kernels learned their lesson from that double steal back in the 4th inning that put the Chiefs ahead 3-0. We're tied at 4 in the top of the 7th. A slider is in at the letters, and that was a pitch that had Terry Evans. He was looking for the gas, and he got the slow curveball.
He hit his home run back in the 1st inning to right center, so he went the other way on that line drive.
Right-handed batter. And a leisurely toss to first.
Colonels maybe trying to see if something was on with Cody Heather. Jaramillo is the runner on at third, and he's got good speed.
The 0-1 from the tall Colonel right-hander. Shot in the line, on a line into shallow right, and coming on to make a good running catch and keep the score tied at 4 is Blake Balcom. Remember, Balcom was shifted into right field at the start of this inning, and boy, he really had to come on like gangbusters to keep this a tie game at 4. In the 7th, the Chiefs threaten, but do not take the lead. 7th inning stretch, opening night, New Veterans Memorial Stadium. It's the Kernels 4, Peoria 4. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers have to say.
We chose Zimmerman because our family has been buying cars. I guess we're probably the 3rd generation to buy cars here at Zimmerman's.
My family's bought 18 cars at Zimmerman's. 18. I ought to get a little bonus or something, wouldn't I?
We build our reputation on one satisfied customer at a time. On behalf of everyone at Zimmerman's, I want to thank you for your business.
Multitasking is today's buzzword. We're parents, employees, board members, spouses, caregivers. The list goes on. Your local Pekin Insurance Agency, Sheets Forest Draper Insurance in Marion, is great at multitasking too. Sheets Forest Draper will find the right insurance coverages for you. See Scott Draper of Sheets Forest Draper for coverages on your home, auto, life, health, and business. Finding the right insurance is one less task for you to do when you depend on your hometown professionals with Pekin Insurance.
All Night sounds like this. Tom Izzo joins us here on All Night on ESPN Radio. Do you really fine your coaches or any people on your staff $50 if a cell phone rings when you're holding a meeting?
Sure, especially the players. As
Magic says this is the day and age where the players have more cell phones than the coaches, but you got to find those guys if they're in those meetings.
Does that go to the Michigan State Athletic Department or the Coach Izzo expense account?
Tom Izzo retirement fund.
Only on Todd Wright all night on ESPN Radio.
Scott Unich is going to review action from this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard as we go to the bottom of the seventh. It's the Kernels 4, Peoria 4. State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Lanny Peterson, Dale Thompson, and Gary Schubat bring us the State Farm Major League scoreboard. And Scott, let's review those finals from earlier this afternoon.
3 in the American League and 2 in the National League.
As Rich Scalamander delivers high for ball 1 to Aaron Peel, the number 9 hitter.
At Yankee Stadium, the Yankees turn back the White Sox in the Bronx, 3-1. Detroit over Minnesota, 10-6.
Strike at the belt to the Colonel right-handed hitting DH. Aaron Peel, he's fanned twice. He's facing Rich Scalamander for the first time tonight.
And it was Cleveland beating Kansas City by a final of 6-1. We'll give you the National League in a moment.
The 1-1. Swing and a miss on a high fastball. Aaron Peel jumped out of his shoes. National League.
Cubs dropped another one to the Cincinnati Reds, 5-3. Sammy Sosa did hit a 2-run home run, had all 3 of the Cub RBIs, and Milwaukee pounded the Cardinals 11-5 at Busch. A lot of home runs hit in that one.
1-2 pitch, a sharp slider from the chief right-handed reliever, and he dispenses of Aaron Peel on strikes. 1 away in this tie game, bottom of the 7th. Top of the order, who got it all started for the Kernels in their 4-run 6? This man, the leadoff man, Quan Cosby.
You can already see, John, Quan Cosby a lot more relaxed this year, a lot more mature, even than he was a year ago.
You hit the nail on the head, Scott. Relaxed, confident, mature, and he's just grown as a person and an athlete. He moves his feet around the box a bit, and to no avail, a strike in at the knees from Rich Scalamandra in relief of the Peoria starter, Mark Michael.
And he's also had a year of just pure baseball underneath him now.
And that, you can't put a value on that when you're learning the game. Quan took a good cut, but fouls one over the screen, back of the plate. He's in the hole, 0-2. 4-4 the score. The Kernels have a right-hander in their bullpen. Peoria the same in their left field bullpen.
And we have our first attendance figure of the year, and good news on that front.
Very good news. 1,817 here tonight on opening night. Come out and join us tomorrow, Good Friday. Gates open at 5:30. First pitch at 6:30. The 0-2 to Cosby. Here it is. In the dirt for a ball. Change-up.
Not sure what that was.
Maybe
I know it was 80, about 59 feet.
God, I think it was a palm ball. Remember Dave Justy used to throw that?
Dave Schmidt
Yes.
used to throw it for the Sox. Not effectively. He used to throw it.
Your old buddy Gary Glover started for the I-Cubs against the Hawkeyes last night at Sec Taylor.
Yep.
1-2 to Quan. Busted foul right back here over our head.
Oh, look out. We got new stuff. Hey! And Reverend Jerry Springston got the foul ball.
A fellow downtown Rotarian and Scott's pastor.
Handed it off to another of the fans here.
Scott, those kids on the hillside down the left field line are having a ball.
Yeah.
Quan hanging tough at 1-2. Strike 3 called on the inside corner, a fastball, and Rich Scalamander has struck out 2 here in the 7th inning.
And all 3 men he's faced.
Yeah, he's 3 for 3, isn't he?
That's right.
Andy Pantini, our good friend, helping Metro Studios coordinate the entertainment. In bowling, they call that a turkey, I believe.
And Andy would know.
Andy's had a bunch of turkeys in his bowling career. Steer right at the knees to Howie Kendrick, who's gone down on strikes looking, grounded to short, and grounded to first. Howie Kendrick.
Scalamander, he's sneaky quick, as they say in the business.
A curve, and that one is hammered foul onto the plaza section down the right field line, and brother Rich Scalamander is ahead 0-2, trying to fan his fourth Kernel in a row. Howie Kendrick, a right-handed hitter. Base is empty, nobody on. Bottom of the seventh, 4-4. The outfield for the Chiefs is shallow. They play Howard Kendrick to hit the other way. Howie stays alive as he fouled a pitch off his fist into the screen.
He's got quick hands, very quick wrist, Howie does. You can see why he hit about 370 last year.
He fought off a very good 0-2 pitch.
Yes, he did. Right on the fifth.
Galamander with another 0-2. Curve, and that one's grounded sharply into the Kernel right field bullpen. Yeah, that Peoria outfield is a strange alignment, Scott. They're shallow, and the center fielder, Terry Evans, shifted way into right center. They don't think Howie Kendrick can pull this right-hander. So far, they've been right.
Trying to think who caught that home run ball in the bullpen. Still on that, John.
I think you'll come up with that one. He became a very renowned pitching coach for Texas.
Oh, I know.
Little pitch slapped foul outside third. Now you know, huh?
Tom House.
Tom House, the spectacled lefty.
The football guy.
Believes in throwing the pigskin, doesn't he?
Yep.
He's written several books for little leaguers and college coaches about technique and conditioning. Well, Howie Kendrick's had a good at bat no matter what happens. Another 0-2 delivery. And that one is punched foul into the plaza section.
Almost tracked down by young ball player, brought his glove just off his outstretched reach.
Boy, Scott, remember going to big league games when we were kids, how we bring our gloves?
Yep.
With that hope of getting one. Yet another 0-2. Here it is. And slap foul high into the screen.
Now it brings something to get autographed. And, nothing better than, we were down at spring training in the game we took in, and the boys got some autographs. And some Minnesota Twins players that were gracious enough to do that, including Michael Restovich.
Oh.
Who's huge, by the way.
And I believe the 8th 0-2 pitch is fouled into the backstop. Quite a war between Rich Scalamander and Howie Kendrick with 2 out, nobody on. Bottom of the 7th inning, 4-4, Kernels and Chiefs tied.
And it's only a matter of time till the former Midwest League MVP is going to be a star in the majors.
Do the Twins ever have depth? Kendrick hanging tough. Swing and a tip foul, the pitch in the dirt, and the throw by the catcher, Matt Pagnozzi, to the first baseman ends a terrific at bat, a strikeout with a 2-3 to end the Kernel 7th inning. So, the Kernels have faced Rich Salamander, 4 batters and 4 strikeouts. Kernels go in order in the bottom of the 7th. We go to the top of the 8th inning, and it's the Kernels 4 and Peoria 4. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physical Therapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physical Therapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
The spring planting season's finally arrived. Time for a visit to Peck's Flower and Garden Center. See what's new and beautiful for the new growing season at Peck's. The professional staff at Peck's has been getting ready for spring. Peck's plants are growing beautifully and their flowers are blooming brightly, ready for your selection. Stroll through Peck's Florist Shop, greenhouse, and acres of healthy plants and flowers and choose yours. The experts at Peck's will add all the free advice to make your plants grow their best. New and larger selections of home, garden, and landscape accents are displayed for you to choose from. Now's the time to plan for new landscapes. Call Peck's experts for a professional landscape estimate. Peck's has been growing with the Cedar Rapids area since 1956. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Roads Northeast.
Alan Buckley in relief of the Kernel starter, Rafael Rodriguez, pitched 2 scoreless innings. He worked a scoreless 6th and 7th, 2 innings, no runs, no hits, a pair of walks issued by Alan Buckley, and he didn't strike out a batter. Von Sturzbach, a right-hander, takes over as we start the 8th inning. Good news on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Our parent club, the Anaheim Angels, at Safeco Field, dumped Seattle 5-1. Von Sturzbach into his windup, and a slider just outside for a ball. Top of the 8th, before an opening night crowd of 1,817. We're tied at 4. So Anaheim, our parent club, whipped Seattle 5-1. Swing and a tip foul.
That's a sweep, I think.
Well, I was going to say, as much as I admired what the Mariners did a couple of years ago with that huge win total, 118 wins, or
second most in history, wasn't it?
Yeah, that team is not what it was. The 1-1 strike at the knees puts John Santor, Big John Santor, 1 for 3 tonight in the hole, 1-2. Von Sturzbach hurling for the Kernels. And ahead, 1-2. Santor takes one outside, a curveball.
I think Seattle's still pretty tough.
Well, what worries me about Seattle, Scott, I don't know how much punch they have in that everyday lineup.
They're very good defensively. They got young pitching coming.
Gilmesh.
Oh, he's terrific.
2-2. Low and away, a breaking ball.
I think the Angels are just that good. The Angels, you don't hear much about them. You hear about the Yankees, you hear about the Red Sox, but you can make a pretty good argument the Angels just about as good as those two teams.
Well, they improved themselves. Sturzbach's payoff pitch is pounded foul off the plate, rolling to the base of the backstop. We're approaching 9 o'clock here in the Midwest. We informed all the ball players at the clubhouse meeting this afternoon that their parents can tune us in, Scott, on the internet, and I want to make sure that you give out that internet site where all the Kernel games can be heard across the globe. Another payoff pitch. Strike 3 called. Von Sturzbach painted the outside corner, and as John Santor talking to himself, 1 away in this tie game, top of the 8th inning.
Well, we welcome you in on the Zone, 1600.com, THEZONE1600.com.
Scott, could you repeat that one more time, as much for my benefit as the listeners? Fastball upstairs to right-handed hitting Tyler Parker. He's 0 for 3 tonight with a run scored.
Well, www.THEZONE1600, thezone1600.com.
Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. Von Sturzbach pitching in this opening night. 4-4 game in the top of the 8th inning. Right-handed hitter Tyler Parker shoots one foul into the top of the screen, and he's in the hole, 1-2. Sturzbach with an unusual number, Scott, for a hurler.
Yeah, he's got the old deuce. Number 2. Don't see many single-digit pitchers. We've had a few in the past couple of years. Had a closer, didn't we? That was a single number?
Yes, Joel Peralta, I believe. A high pop foul drifting beyond the reach of the right fielder, Blake Balcom, and it's still 1-2. I believe Joel Peralta was a single-digit pitcher, wasn't he?
I believe that springs to mind. Well, we go into this year, John, with our first actual announced closer in a long time, probably since Doc Freehill was here.
Who set the all-time record for single-season saves as a Kernel back in, I believe, 94 or 95.
Early 90s for Mike Freehill.
Was he actually studying to be a medical
doctor?
Yep,
he probably is a doctor by now.
Swing and a miss on a fastball. And that's 2 strikeouts out of the bullpen for Von Sturzbach. He gets Tyler Parker without a hit. 2 gone in the top of the 8th in this 4-4 draw.
We've seen some terrific relief pitching both sides here in this one tonight.
We sure have, Scott, and in fact, Alan Buckley, 2 scoreless innings, and Rich Scalamander fanning for Kernels, all 4 he faced. Strike 1 heaved in to Matt Dreyer. Scott, you're talking about a former Colonel Doc Freehill. Remember the Yankee pitcher and Doc Medich?
Yep, absolutely.
He actually saved someone.
Yes, he did. Somebody, was it a heart attack?
Yep.
And saved his life. George Doc Medich.
You got his first name. Yankee from the early 70s. Ball 2. It's 2-1 to Matt Dreyer, who's walked and skied to right field twice tonight.
And he was a Yankee before the checkbook was open. Sorry, Bruce Downey and Jack Rader.
You're right, Scott. CBS may have still owned the Yankees then. They had some dreadful teams in the late 60s and early 70s. Ball 3 rides high and in to the right-handed batter, Matt Dreyer. Base is empty. 2 out, top of the 8th. A 4-4 game on opening night. Dreyer takes high, a 2-out walk, and that'll make Eric Bennett, the Colonel pitching coach, shudder. That 2-out walk. Another feature of our broadcast this season, Scott, a kernel of wisdom. And I want to pass that along here in the 8th inning.
Kernel of wisdom. President William Howard Taft began the tradition of the presidential ceremonial first pitch on opening day in baseball, and back in 1910 on April the 14th at Washington, D.C. And, of course, that was continued this year when George W. Bush was in Cincinnati on opening day.
Well, Scott,
was he in Cincinnati?
Oh, well, here's the cool part, a pitch inside. The neat part about you relating William Howard Taft in 1910 is you're exactly right.
Okay.
One key, our leadership, one was in Cincinnati, you're right,
yep.
And our president was in St. Louis.
Oh, he was in St. Louis. Okay, Dick Cheney was in Cincinnati.
And a wonderful segue, Scott, in that tradition has continued. A curve is upstairs, and Von Sturzbach has fallen behind 2-0. Imagine William Howard Taft, the same guy who started the 7th inning stretch unknowingly.
He was a big man.
Yes, he was. Over 300 pounds.
He's a big boy.
From what I heard, President Bush threw a strike at Bush Memorial Stadium.
He went out and warmed up.
Did he really?
Yeah.
With a glove and everything?
He warmed up.
Wow. Well, he took it seriously. I didn't hear much about Dick Cheney's vice presidential first pitch in Cincinnati, but I did a lot about George W.'s. A strike. Now the 2-1 is looped into left field. There's Sean Rodriguez to end the inning. Matt Pagnozzi ends the Peoria 8th by golfing one into left, and Von Sturzbach works a scoreless top of the 8th inning. After 7.5, Kernels 4, Chiefs 4, you're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
One size fits all shoes.
Ow.
Ridiculous. One size fits all pants. Outrageous. One size fits all glasses.
Oh.
Dangerous. One size fits all bicycles. Now that's ridiculous, outrageous, and dangerous. Just because a bicycle seat is adjustable doesn't mean it's designed to fit every person. For a safe, comfortable ride, see the experts at Hall Bicycle Company. They've been putting butts on bikes for over 100 years. And because the folks at Hall's aren't paid on commission, their only motivation is to find the right bike for you. The right bike is the one that fits your size, your style of riding, and your pocketbook. So whether you want to explore a single track, tackle the open road, or just cruise the bike paths, you'll find the right bike at Hall Bicycle Company on 2nd Avenue at 5th Street. Stop in and see for yourself that the world looks better on a bike. Hall Bicycle Company since 1898.
At Bank Iowa, our professionals know how important your financial future is to you. Bank Iowa can best meet your needs when you allow us to be a part of your financial plans. Our entire staff from all areas of the bank realizes the most important part of our bank is you, the client. We bring it all together to make banking comfortable and convenient right here at home. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Bank Iowa.
917 on hand. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600. Scott Unash and John Rogers. And, boy, Scott, the Colonel's happy to see Rich Scalamander out of there.
Yeah, he faced 4 and he struck out 4. 1 in the third, no hits, no runs. As we mentioned, 4 Ks for the Brooklyn native. He's replaced by number 34, a right-hander, Justin Garza, 6'1", 190-pounder out of Frederick, Oklahoma. Pitched for Johnson City and New Jersey last year in 2003 in the Cardinals chain.
He is a right-hander, as Scott said, and he's set to face the heart of the Colonel order. Brandon Wood delivered a big blow in the Colonel 4-run sixth that allowed the Colonels to tie the game. He tripled over the center fielder's head and scored. Brandon Wood, a right-handed hitting shortstop, looks at one away, ball 1.
Midwest League scores to bring you here tonight, John, courtesy of Mike Goldbeck, our Director of Media Relations.
A strike evens the count to Wood, 1-1.
Lansing shut out Battle Creek 3-0 on opening night. West Michigan in the 7th leading the Dayton Dragons 6-2. Kane County on top of Burlington right now. That's in the 6th inning, 8-1.
Strike on the outside corner, the Colonel shortstop.
South Bend all over Fort Wayne, shutting out the Wiz 10-0 in the 7th, and Clinton 2, Wisconsin 1, that one in the 6th inning.
Brandon Wood looks at one outside and low, a curveball from this new hurler, Justin Garza. 9th round pick by the Cardinals last June. Out of Seminole State in Oklahoma, a shot right back, undressed the right-hander. That's a base hit for Brandon Wood, the Colonel's 6th hit of the evening. Brandon's 2nd straight, and boy, wow. Scott, he almost took the shirt right off of the pitcher.
Yeah, he did, and I'm not sure how Garza missed being hit by that one. That thing, you can see, you think at home, well, how does a pitcher get hit by a line drive? Like Al Leiter the other day got hit in the head with a line drive, and that just shows you right there how quickly the ball comes right back through the box.
And that's what that one did. Now, Scott, Sean Rodriguez, as you noted earlier, when he came in to the ball game in left field in the top of the 7th, is the cleanup batter. He's batting for the first time, and he may be called upon to bunt.
Would not surprise me. Third baseman playing way up on the grass, Matt Dreyer.
Sean's a right-handed batter. And he did square to bunt, but pulled the bat back in time, and ball 1 sailed outside. Sean Rodriguez is not a big guy, and he rests the bat on his shoulder, his back shoulder, a right-handed hitter.
6 foot, 180-pounder out of Miami.
He can play a lot of positions.
And will.
High draft pick by Anaheim last spring. Go-ahead run. Brandon Wood at first base. Bottom of the 8th, 4-4 the score. And firing a strike on the outside corner, Justin Garza. Evens the count, 1-1 to Rodriguez. 4-4 the score, bottom of the 8th.
Bobby Magallanes timing the move of Garza, the amount of time he takes to deliver the pitch home, and I have a theory, John, on that.
All right, I want you to share it with us in a second. A bunt foul halfway up the backstop, and now Sean's in the hole, 1-2.
So many coaches, every manager, whether you're in single A all the way up to the major leagues, now times everything. And I think they have some sort of a mental chart to send the guys, and I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing stolen bases way down, because they will not send guys. Used to be, Lou Brock was never the fastest guy in the world, but he was a great base stealer.
Well, Scott, that observation holds so much significance because you're right. Lou Brock had good speed, but what Lou Brock lived on was intimidating the pitcher.
And he had a sixth sense of exactly when the pitcher was going to come home.
So could Ricky Henderson. Sean Rodriguez takes a pitch out. The Chiefs pitched out, ball 2.
And it's so much mechanics now instead of just going.
Yeah.
And I know the storm day, and also the fact, the parks are so small now and the ball was so juiced. Yes, it was for a while.
A pitch low, a delayed steal attempt. Brandon Wood is tagged out by the second baseman, Mike McCoy. I don't know if a sign was missed or what, but the count is full now to Rodriguez, but the Kernels lose the tying run. He's erased on a caught stealing.
Yeah, something was missed because Bobby Magallanes looked down in disgust, and Brandon Wood kind of looked around, and something, all the Kernels were not on the same page on that one.
It went 2-4. It would look like a delayed steal attempt, which probably means it was a bunt and run, Scott.
Well, maybe a hit and run with 2 strikes on.
A payoff pitch to Rodriguez. Wrapped hard to second. Fielded cleanly, and Mike McCoy gets his man. Mike McCoy throws out Sean Rodriguez, and boy, the Kernels moments ago had a runner at first with nobody out. Now the base is empty, 2 out. Matt Brown will try to help ignite a Kernel 2-out rally. We're tied at 4 in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Matt's got some power, too.
Singled and scored in the Kernel 4-run 6th inning. Matt Brown, right-handed batter. Takes low from Justin Garza.
Got a feeling that Bobby might let him have one swing. Especially now that he's up 1-0 in the count.
Scott said Matt's capable of parking one. Strike at the knees, evens the count 1-1.
He probably just lost it.
Big gap in left center between Coda Heather and Terry Evans. Justin Garza delivers, and a pitch hit a mile high into shallow right. Tyler Parker camps underneath it, waits, and has it. The Kernels are blanked in the 8th inning after a leadoff single. We head to the top of the 9th. It's the Kernels in Peoria tied at 4, and you're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
With all the talk about rising gas prices, doesn't it make sense to drive a fuel-efficient vehicle? You can when you buy with confidence at Randy Keel Honda. Get up to 51 miles to the gallon with the Honda Civic Hybrid. Every Honda model has awesome fuel efficiency. Don't wait for $2 a gallon gas to buy a fuel-efficient car. Not when you can save time and money now by previewing Randy Keel's fuel-efficient inventory online at randykeel.com. Right now, lease a 2004 Honda Accord LX for only $235 per month. At Randy Keel Honda, you'll find many great buys under $5,000 too. Randy Keel is the home of confidence, a 7-year, 100,000-mile guarantee. Randy Keel is dedicated on getting you the lowest possible price backed by the best service in the Midwest. Stop by and see for yourself at Randy Keel Honda, Center Point Road Northeast in Cedar Rapids, or visit them on the web at randykeel.com. Accord LX lease, 36 months, $14.88 due at lease signing. Includes first month's payment, security deposit, capitalized cost reduction, and excludes tax and license.
Kernels fans, your Cedar Rapids Taco Bell restaurants have something new for you to cheer about this season. A Taco Bell 10 spot. When the Kernels score 10 or more runs in any game this season, you'll score beef tacos for just 39 cents the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell. That's a savings of 50 cents per taco. Limit 10 per customer. Remember, when the Kernels put up a Taco Bell 10 spot by plating 10 or more runs in any game, you get up to 10 39-cent beef tacos the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell.
Well, after this opening weekend, Good Friday tomorrow, 6:30 start. Saturday, 5 o'clock start. Easter's a day off, and then the Kernels resume a homestand with single games Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday against the Clinton Lumber Kings. So if you're looking for some early spring fun, we have it right here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights of next week, 6:30 starts. Here's a looper into shallow right, and it drops in front of Blake Balcom. A leadoff single swatted into right by the number 9 hitter, Milko Jaramillo. Well, now Peoria can put some pressure on the Kernel defense.
Clinton's still the Rangers, right?
Still the Texas Rangers, Scott. They'll be in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights. 896-7615. Well, now I just gave my own phone number.
Don't call John.
Well, you can call me, but I won't be able to help you much with tickets. 896-7560.
There you go.
896-7560. We're starting that lawnmower up for the first time this spring. Revving it up. A strike on the outside corner and whipping a throw down to first, not in time to get the lead runner with Tommy Duenas.
I like Tommy throwing this ball around tonight. He's gone to third a couple times. He's gone to first a couple times, and I like that. Keeps the team on its toes, and also gets those base runners a little bit closer.
Well, that catcher is in the middle of everything. Von Sturzbach with an 0-1 pitch instead of throw to first, and diving back safely, Milko Jaramillo, top of the ninth inning. 4-4 the score. Each team has 6 hits. Each club has committed 1 error. Matt Brown in on the grass at third. A bunt. And it's going to be allowed to roll foul. Scott, that was good communication between Matt Tolley, the first baseman, and the hurler, Sturzbach.
And Tommy Duenas also right there as well. And good call. That ball definitely going foul. And McCoy now in the hole 0-2, and it probably takes the bunt situation out of play.
Talking about our Kernel of Wisdom, William Howard Taft in 1910 throwing out the opener, or the ceremonial first pitch in Washington, D.C. You know, Scott, sad to say that a presidential ceremonial first pitch oftentimes was the highlight of the baseball season in Washington, D.C. They had some dreadful teams. A bunt. Sturzbach fires to second. Out at second. Von Sturzbach, Scott, did not hesitate, and as a result, the Kernels cut down that lead run at second.
Very good job there by Sturzbach, and he got the go-ahead, the wing of the second from Tommy Duenas, and he's the captain on that play. Catcher is always the guy that will tell you which base to throw to.
It went 1-6, and Mike McCoy failed to sacrifice the go-ahead run to second. He reaches on a fielder's choice. Yeah, think all the times that those presidents would show up at Griffith Stadium or D.C. Stadium, which was later renamed RFK Stadium, and that was just about it for the lowly Senators.
Yep, till they got out of town.
Moved to Texas. Kyle Boyer lays off a curve, low and away.
That's the Rangers have been
any great shape.
The world beaters in Major League Baseball, but they've had some good teams.
You know, a lot of people forget that Billy Martin and Whitey Herzog and Ted Williams, they all managed the Rangers.
That's right. Ted Williams, I think, just 1 year, wasn't it?
He just wasn't cut out for it.
No.
Tried to help guys like Mike Epstein, and Ted Williams was a great hitter, but oftentimes great hitters aren't the best hitting coaches or male. Bob Gibson's another example. Gibby he just drove him crazy that guys out on the mound couldn't do what he could do.
Didn't have the patience.
Right. But Bob Gibson knows pitching. The runner goes, a strike. The throw to second. Ooh, the runner's safe.
High throw.
High throw by Tommy Duenas, and the runner's safe. So Mike McCoy makes up for his lack of success sacrificing. He swipes second, and he's the go-ahead run with 1 out.
Actually did a double take at first. Started, stopped, started again. And it was a good, strong throw by Tommy Duenas, just a bit high. But Tommy's had a good night. He's thrown out a couple of would-be base stealers.
Kyle Boyer now on a 1-1 count tries to put Peoria ahead. Sturzbach, curve, and it's nubbed foul to the Kernel dugout, first base side.
Well, that was fought off by Boyer, and he just got a piece of that.
Flag still absolutely limp and motionless in right center field. This opening night crowd of 1,817 have seen a Kernel 4-run comeback. We're tied at 4 in the top of the ninth. Howie Kendrick sneaks in behind the runner, and heaving the throw into center was Sturzbach. But I'll tell you what, Scott, if Quan Cosby doesn't pick up that ball cleanly, that runner scores.
Absolutely, and Quan plays a shallow center field. That was one of those plays that the second baseman, Howie Kendrick, comes over, flashes the glove, gives a signal, and you throw to a spot. And Sturzbach he missed the spot.
Fortunately, very fortunately for the Kernels, Quan Cosby backing up the wild pickoff attempt, and the runner could not go to third, Mike McCoy. Kyle Boyer still in the hole, 1-2. Boyer tonight is 1 for 3 with a walk. Wide stance, right-handed batter. Vaughn checks the runner at second, and his fastball, clocked at 88 miles an hour on the McDonald speed pitch indicator, is taken high and away for ball 2. Somebody down below getting on the plate umpire, Nick Monaco.
First one of the year.
Kyle lays off a curve, low and away. Well, if you brought a blanket or heavy jacket tonight, as some fans down below did, time to put it into use.
Still not a bad night.
Not at all.
Not a bad night. A lot of crowds still hanging around. Of course, a lot of the school-age children have gone.
A 3-2 pitch is hammered foul into the press box, just to our right. Down below she goes. Some folks look like they're having a lot of fun on the Papa John's Plaza, Scott, standing up.
Well, it's warmer if you stand up and huddle.
It sure is. Another payoff pitch to the Peoria number 2 hitter with the go-ahead run at second. Curve, and it's looped into shallow center. Quan, 3 steps in, has it. Now, Scott, there's an example of what you noted earlier. Last year, Quan would have struggled on a ball hit like that.
Right at him, and this one, those were the balls he had the most problem with last year, with the fly balls or line drives hitting right at him. And all outfielders are going to have those problems. But, boy, he made that look very routine.
Von Sturtzbach will now have to deal with a real threat, left-handed slugger Cody Heather. He's reached on fielder's choices twice. He's tripled and scored. He's walked left-handed batter. Deep knee bend. Fastball upstairs.
And it looks like Colonel Closer is starting to heat it up.
From the Show Me State,
Bob Zimmerman.
Bob Zimmerman Ford, one of our new sponsors this year. Make that connection right away. 1-0 to the left-handed batter. Swing and a miss, and Heather was behind on that swing.
Got the gas that time from the Colonel right-hander.
Speaking of warming up, Scott, I'm going to put on my cherished red Anaheim Angel 2002 World Championship jacket. Getting a little cool up here right now. Sturtzbach spins and looks to go-ahead run Mike McCoy back to second. We're in the top of the ninth, all tied at 4. Vaughn from the stretch. Come set. 1-1. Strike. Dwayne is to second, not in time. There's Scott's point, well taken. Tommy's heaving that pill all over.
Yeah, he's not afraid to throw around and keeps the guys on their toes, both offensively and defensively.
Well, we'll sure look forward to bringing you progress from some of the great Kernels from last year. Mike Kuhlbeck will provide us with Halo happenings as we go along here in the first month of the season, and we look forward to bringing you reports on how some of those former Kernels are doing. Time is called as Von Sturtzbach stared down the runner at second, Mike McCoy.
And I think one's in the big leagues.
Well, let's think.
Dallas McPherson.
Is that right?
He was listed as... we're going to have to check that out with Mike
Scott, that's wonderful. Wonderful possibility. Uh-oh, a ground ball foul. Slashed foul past third, and brother, that was foul by inches.
Not by much, but it was a good call by Nick Monaco, the home plate umpire. Got chalked when he hit down, John, but then went wide of the bag.
Cody Heather slashed that 1-2 delivery and just about put Peoria ahead here in the ninth inning.
I believe Peoria has Jason Birch, a big right-hander, 6'5", 215-pounder, warming up in their bullpen. It's hard to see the numbers. The font for Peoria is tall, skinny, and not very media-friendly.
Ball 2 is inside to the left-handed batter, Cody Heather. Kernels and Chiefs Knotted at 4 in the top of the ninth. Peoria with 2 out has the tying run at second. Mike McCoy is that tying run. Von Sturchbach delivers. That one's hammered foul. Look out. Over the third base Chief dugout. The seats here in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium are a cardinal red. And the plaza section, an aluminum bench with an aluminum back, silver.
Now, of course, you say cardinal red because you're a Cardinals fan.
Is there any other kind of red? Angel red. Nebraska red. Cyclone red. The
Chiefs red.
Chiefs red. A dribbler to second. Howie Kendrick has it. Flips to first. The Kernels are out of the inning. Von Sturtzbach got a tough customer. Cody Heather to roll out to second to end the Chief threat in the top of the ninth inning. We go to the bottom of the ninth, opening night. Kernels 4, Peoria 4. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Winning requires determination, energy, power. At Alliant Energy, we know the power of teamwork. Our team gives its all every day to deliver reliable power to you. We're committed to meet the growing needs of our customers. Delivering safe and environmentally friendly energy keeps us focused. Our dedication to serve our customers keeps us on our game. And that's a winning combination.
Alliant Energy, we're on for you.
Hey, where were you earlier for the Dan Patrick Show?
Actor Tim Robbins joining us on ESPN Radio. Did you take one character, any character in mind when you came up with the character or added to the character of Nuke LaLoosh?
Oh, yeah, he's a kind of a combination between Fernando Valenzuela and John Travolta.
Okay, I knew that breathing through the eyelids would be Fernando, but where did the Travolta part come in?
The walk and the white suit.
The Dan Patrick Show, weekdays on ESPN Radio.
For the Kernels in the bottom of the ninth inning in a 4-4 game, numbers 6, 7, and 8 in the Allen Motor Company Kernel lineup. Blake Balcom, Matt Pauley, and Tommy Duenas trying to solve Justin Garza in a 4-4 opening night tilt before over 1,800 here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. And punching one foul, deep but foul into the plaza section, Blake Balcom. Blake is 1 for 3 tonight.
Any old run will win this one.
Any old run is right, Scott. Kernels trying to start the 2004 season on a positive note. We've already seen a lot of good indicators. We were down in this one after 5.5 innings, 4-0, rallied for 4 in the bottom of the 6th. That's where we are here in the ninth. Fastball is taken outside to even the count to right-handed hitting Blake Balcom, 1-1. B-A-L-K-C-O-M, Blake Balcom.
Bob Zimmerman has sat down, and now left-hander Scott Hinman up for the Kernels.
Strike 2 called at the knees. Nick Monaco, the plate umpire, his partner, Jesse Redwine, working the diamond. We've had some close bang-bang play calls here in the first game of the season. Tomorrow's Good Friday, the 1-2. Slider low and away. We do not play Easter Sunday. That's why we'd like you to come out and get a sampling of this Kernel fun tomorrow night or Saturday at 5 o'clock or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. Strike 3 called as Justin Garza painted the outside corner to Blake Balcom. 1 gone in the Kernel ninth inning.
Good pitch right on the outside corner. It kind of buckled Blake a little bit. Just couldn't pull the trigger on it.
Here comes Brian Eversgerd. Now, Scott, he's from my neck of the woods. I grew up in southwest Illinois, and Brian Eversgerd, I'd have to double-check the baseball encyclopedia, but Whitey Herzog, I believe Joe Torre used him 1 year in over 70 games.
So, yeah, he will use a lot of guys.
Boy, Eversgerd worked a ton of games back in the early 90s as a Cardinal lefty, and Brian Eversgerd, just like our Justin Bachman, had the thrill of playing in the big leagues. Now he's trying to help guys about 10 years younger than he is live that dream as well.
Helping them out.
Matt Pauley has the big blow in this game, a 2-out, 2-run game-scoring, game-tying double in the 6th inning. Ball one is high from Justin Garza, Garza.
Matt just looks like he can hit.
Straightaway stance from the left side. He's walked twice and delivered that monster 2-run double I just told you about in the 6th inning to tie the game. A strike is called as Pauley steps out.
One of the older guys on the roster. Matt, 23 years old.
Pauli. Ooh, a fastball from Garza was just outside for ball 2.
I wish I was 23.
Don't we all at this point? Saw a great special, Scott. Strike 2 called on the inside corner. Crowd didn't like it. Saw a great ESPN Classic last night about Arnold Palmer.
Oh, the king. Oh, Arnie will have one more day in the sun tomorrow.
He'll tee it off, won't he?
Yep. And that'll be it.
If ever there was a popular figure in sports history, Arnold Palmer was it. Ball 3 is low. You know, I still enjoy a drink called an Arnold Palmer.
That's your drink,
yep.
Man.
Lemonade and tea.
That's yours.
Apparently he asked for it after winning one of the championships. He asked for lemonade and tea, and thus the name was born. A high pop-up to the left side of the Chief infield, drifting into foul ground. Now back into fair ground, and 30 feet behind the bag where the dirt meets the grass, it was gloved by Matt Dreyer, the third baseman. A fair ball caught by the third baseman. 2 gone in the Colonel ninth, and do you think Tommy Duenas will turn it up a notch, Scott?
You got to try.
If there is a 10th inning, and we hope there isn't, if there is, Scott will bring it to you. But let's hope Tommy Duenas can start a Colonel 2-run rally, or a 2-out rally here in the 9th inning. We're tied at 4. Scott, you know how all of us are so proud of Zach Johnson being from Cedar Rapids. Ball one high to Tommy. Early in his career, Arnold Palmer golfed in my hometown of Alton, Illinois, and was given a big boost of confidence and finance by a Spencer Olin. A grounder to deep short. Long throw by Jaramillo. Save! Scott, it was in time, but it was low in the dirt.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's going to be a hit or an error. That's a tough play for Milko Jaramillo. Deep in the hole at short, and Tommy busted it down the line.
He hustled, and the throw, as Scott said, couldn't be dug out by John Santor. I'd have to give Milko an error, but we'll see what happens. At any rate, the winning run at first, 2 out, bottom of the 9th, 4-4 the score. The batter, Aaron Peel, he's fanned 3 times tonight. Now he has a chance to be the hero, or a hero. Still no ruling on that ball hit to the backhand side of Milko Jaramillo. Tommy Duenas at first. And Aaron Peel had his best cut of the night. He fouls one straight back. Yeah, Scott, you're a golf course aficionado, and if you ever get to my neck of the woods, Alton, Illinois, you'll love the Spencer T. Olin Golf Course. Arnold Palmer designed it.
Oh, really?
As a thank you to the man who befriended him as a youngster.
Well, that's great. And that's the kind of guy Arnie is.
Yeah.
They'll have one more round tomorrow, and then they're going to try to have Arnold come back and be the honorary starter.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Peel drives one in the air foul down the right side. Aaron in the hole 0-2. That ruling has been made, Scott. Tommy Duenas has reached on an error by the shortstop, Milko Jaramillo.
Tough error, but probably the right call by our man in the booth to our right, Al Gruel. Or as I call him, Al.
Aaron Peel trying to dig out of an 0-2 hole and keep this Colonel 9th inning rally going. We're tied at 4. A pitch out And that surprised me a little bit, but on an 0-2 pitch, you can waste one. Tommy Duenas carrying the winning run at first for the Kernels.
Aaron Peel trying to get off a schneid. He's got the 3 strikeout performance going.
And maybe this is the pitch he'll do it on. Swing and a tip foul into the middle of the catcher. Aaron Peel gone on strikes. And the Kernels gone in the ninth. We're heading to extra innings in the season opener here in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. After 9, it's the Kernels and Chiefs 4-4. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Congratulations on buying your new $24,000 car. Oh, wait, you signed the contract, didn't you? Congratulations on owning your new $16,000 car. Sir? Sir? He's fainted. It seems criminal, doesn't it? The value of a new car drops by 1/3 the minute you sign for it. You haven't even put a slushie in the cup holder yet, and thousands of dollars have just floated away. But you're smart. You've learned the value of buying a young used car. But where do you go? Who do you trust? Well, come see us. We're Select Auto Group, a great way to buy a pre-owned car. For one thing, we don't have salespeople. You deal directly with the owners who make the decisions. This gives you the best price right away. And at Select Auto Group, we pride ourselves on honesty and integrity. No pressure, no hijinks. Plus, we offer extended warranties up to 100,000 miles and a full service department to back them up. You'll find us at 1st Avenue and 8th in Cedar Rapids and 7th Avenue and 6th in Marion. Select Auto Group, a great way to buy a pre-owned car.
The Crown Plaza 5 Seasons is Cedar Rapids' exclusive downtown hotel. Make plans to experience a spectacular view from the top of the 5 restaurant. Start your day off with us for breakfast or make a lasting impression on your business associates by treating them to our signature lunch buffet that changes daily. For any occasion, enjoy an elegant dinner or the Eddie Picard Jazz Trio in the city's only rooftop restaurant. The Crown Plaza 5 Seasons, top of the 5.
I'm John Rogers, and we're thrilled to have you with us. This ball game approaching 3 hours goes to the top of the 10th inning. The Kernels and Chiefs tied at 4. The Kernels bring on a new hurler, lefty Scott Hindman. And to tell you about the top of the 10th inning, the sports and program director at the Zone, Scott Unash.
Thanks, John. Von Sturzbach was very effective tonight. In fact, like we talked about earlier, relief pitching has been terrific for both teams here tonight. 2 innings, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, a walk, no runs given up by Von Sturzbach. And the left-hander, 6'4", 220-pounder, played at Mason Provo last year out of Inverness, Illinois, delivers, and it eludes Tommy Duenas for a ball. Middle of the order, Evans, Santor, and Tyler Parker coming up for Peoria. 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Chiefs. 4 runs, 6 hits, and an error for our Kernels. Fastball down and in from Hindman, and it's 2-0. I think we're going to see a new pitcher for Peoria coming up in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Yeah, a fellow southpaw out there.
Kernels straight away for Terry Evans, who homered in the first. Ball 3 is down low.
Well, Scott Hindman is a bit of a rarity. I know, Scott, you probably know that Sports Illustrated is tracking the kid out of MIT who's with the Padres, literally a rocket scientist.
Literally.
And Scott Hindman is, well, MIT isn't an Ivy League school, but Scott Hindman's from Princeton.
The Princeton Tigers, the 3-0, high and away for ball 4, a 4-pitch walk, and Evans is aboard.
Well, we'll have to put that Ivy League degree to use now to get out of this jam.
And now some movement down in the Kernel dugout.
Scott Hindman, a lefty, issuing a leadoff walk to Terry Evans. And I doubt if John Santor will be bunting.
4-4 ball game, and the pitch swung on and missed, and Santor went up there hacking.
Yeah, he's too much of a power threat to try to lay one down.
Bob Zimmerman's going to get back up in the Kernel bullpen. And he's a big man. Hinman takes a look at first, delivers a strike at the knees, and now Scott's ahead 0-2. They're talking about if it's Hinman or Heinman. But what'd you hear?
We'll leave. I heard Hinman.
Okay.
But we'll get it straight.
We'll go with that until we hear otherwise. He's ahead 0-2. Scott delivers. Swung on and missed. Change up. And way out in front of it was Santor. And he strikes out for the second time. John Santor 1 out of 5 tonight. That'll bring up Tyler Parker, the right fielder. 0 for 4 officially. He did reach on an error back in the fourth and scored the third run of the night for Peoria. Kernels with 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning to tie this thing up after Peoria took a 4-0 lead with 2 in the first and single runs in the 4th and 5th. Polly holding the runner on. Terry Evans at first base. Hinman, the left-hander, looks, delivers, pitch in the dirt, bounces away from Duenas and down to second. Will go Evans.
That hurts. It'll be a wild pitch.
Yep, that was a 58-foot curve, and Tommy blocked it, but it deflected off toward the Peoria dugout. So now a man in scoring position, and Tommy Duenas will come out and talk things over with Scott Hinman. As I mentioned, Bob Zimmerman warming up in the Kernel right field bullpen.
He's warming up quickly, too.
Yes, he is. Coming up next is Matt Dreyer and then Matt Pagnazzi for the Chiefs.
Scott, you mentioned Doc Freehill earlier and Joel Peralta. Boy, how many years has Troy Percival maintained that closer position with our parent club?
Like Old Man River.
Gee, just keeps rolling along, doesn't he?
2 balls, no strikes. Look to second base from the high set. Lefty delivers the line drive off the glove of Brandon Wood. Skipped into short center field, chased down by Quan Cosby. And advancing to third is Tommy Evans. That's going to be a hit. It was a tailing line drive and
just hit too hard to handle.
Yep, Brandon Wood got a glove on it, just couldn't corral it. Now Bobby Magallanes is going to come out, and I think he's going to go to the right-hander. First and third, 1 out. Here in the 10th, 4-4 game.
Bob Zimmerman will enter this ball game. Had Brandon Wood been able to handle that hot shot, and I mean, Scott described it perfectly. Boy, Zimmerman sprints in from the bullpen. He may have had a double play, Scott.
Might have. It was down at the shoot top, which made it even harder, and Hinman will get a hand from his teammates as he departs. And Bob Zimmerman, all 6'5", 225 pounds from St. Louis, Missouri, comes in, and he's the number 26 prospect in the top 30 listed by Baseball America and the Anaheim organization. Number 4 draft choice in the June 2000 draft, Southwest Missouri State Fair.
Steve Alford's old stomping ground.
That's right.
That's in Cape Girardeau, which is in southeast Missouri, right on the Missouri or the Mississippi River.
No, southwest of Springfield.
Scott, I am sorry.
I helped you.
You're helping me because southeast Missouri State, SEMO, is in
Cape Girardeau.
Oh, brother. You know, Springfield, now that I've got the university in the right city, Scott, is, I believe, almost past St. Louis and Kansas City, darn near past them as the biggest city in Missouri.
Really?
It is booming.
Wow.
Well, because of Branson.
Well, plus it's at that climate area that it's just south enough to be mild.
Yep. Good baseball country.
Yes, it is. SMS always has good baseball. So Bob Zimmerman is in, and he has got a pickle. First and third, 1 out. For the third baseman, Matt Dryer's walked twice and has flied out to right twice. Kernel infield, let's see what they're going to do here. They're back in the middle and up tight at the corners. Matt Pauley will hold the runner, Tyler Parker, on. Outfield, straight up for the right-handed hitter. Pagnazzi on deck for Peoria. 4-4 game, top of the 10th. Glad to have you with us as we hit the 3-hour mark. Zimmerman delivers and blisters a fastball for strike 1.
That was power against power.
McDonald's speed pitch said 90, but I beg to differ on that one. That was Powder River. One out, first and third, the 0-1. And that fastball rides high. Now is the scoreboard right?
No, it is not 3-1. It's 1-1.
1-1, isn't it?
Yeah, it is
Okay.
1-1.
Now it's 0-0. Now it's 1-1. The 1-1 swung on and lifted foul. Out beyond the roof to our right. And the count now 1-2.
Remember, we'll take questions for the Colonel manager, Bobby Magallanes, from you. Just email us at jrogers, R-O-D-G-E-R-S, jrogers at Kernels, Kernels.com. I'll check my email all the way up till 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and we'll give Bobby your questions if you'll email them to us at jrogers at Kernels.com for the Ask the Manager show, 6:10 tomorrow night.
The 1-2 went sidearm and just missed down low with a slider. 2-2. Right-hander will come at you from every possible direction, it looks like. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Evans at third, Parker on at first. The 2-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Dreyer chased it and missed it.
Blazing fastball by Bob Zimmerman.
First strikeout for Zimmerman. Second out of the inning, and that will bring up Matt Pagnazzi. The Chiefs catcher, 1 out of 4 with a stolen base. And the Zimmerman throw hard. 4-4 game, top of the 10th. And Bobby Magallanes bringing in his gas man here to put out the fire.
Trying to throw gas on fire, and that would be a nice combination here.
The delivery. There's a slider for a strike. Took something off of it. Hit the outside corner, and it's 0-1. I think I'll put my fate in this guy's hands if I have a 1-run lead. The 0-1 swung on, fouled to our right.
You know, we talked about Troy Percival and his longevity, Scott, and excellence. Really, the only guy that I can think that could match him is a former Cedar Rapids Red, Trevor Hoffman.
He threw hard. Trevor was a horse.
Well, and now he's come back now from that devastating injury of a year ago.
But the new look Padres,
a lot of people picking San Diego.
National League West is wide open. The 0-2. Curve, and it's tapped foul up the first base line. Boy, oh boy. You get a slider, about an 89-mile-per-hour slider. You come back with a 94-mile-per-hour fastball, and then you throw a little curve at 77. That's mean.
That should be outlawed.
And give Pagnazzi a tip of the hat because he just got a piece of it. You got a closer with 3 good pitches, and you got something. 2 on, 2 out, 0-2. The right-hander Zimmerman delivers in the dirt, and it's 1-2. That was another curve. That was a nice little tight 12-6 curve. And the ball gets away from the bullpen, and the proceedings will come to a halt. Now we're ready to go. And the delivery line drive, base hit to right. Scoring is Evans, and on his way to second base is Parker. And hey, give Pagnazzi credit. He went right with the pitch in the outside corner.
Yeah, that was some at bat.
And Peoria takes a 5-4 lead here in the 10th.
The run charge to Scott Hinman. Now the key is to keep it a 1-run 10th inning. Don't let it become a big inning.
First RBI of the night, first RBI of the year.
That leadoff walk really hurt the Kernels.
Yep. How many times does the leadoff walk come back to score? Well, they had a percentage on that.
Yeah, they did. Something like 40%.
Yeah, it wasn't quite 50, but almost half the time that leadoff walk will score. So it's 5-4, 2 on, and a slow curve down low. Taken by Milko Jaramillo. And he's been pesky tonight. Been on twice, 1 for 3, walked. single to right. 2 on, 2 out, and a broken bat chopper to the left of the mound, picked up by Zimmerman, and he'll throw out the shortstop, and that will do it. But Peoria comes up with the go-ahead run here in the top half of the 10th inning. For the Chiefs, 1 run on 2 hits, no Kernel errors, and Peoria leaves 2 more. They've left 11 on. Kernels need a run to stay in it, 2 to win as we head to the bottom of the 10th here from Veterans Memorial Stadium. After 9.5, it's Peoria 5, Kernels 4. This is Kernel Baseball here on the Zone.
Hometown Restyling. For all your remodeling needs, satisfaction is guaranteed. Hometown Restyling specializes in all of your home's interior, exterior needs. Come and visit one of our showrooms, one in Hiawatha, one in Coralville, and see the possibilities. Windows, siding, sunrooms. Please call 378-1221. Hometown Restyling. There's no place like home.
Hi, this is Dave Town with Five Seasons Transportation and Parking. Do you ever wonder if it's safe to send your child on the bus? It is, and here's a few reasons why. All the buses in Cedar Rapids are equipped with security cameras, so the drivers always know what's happening behind them. The buses also have global positioning systems, or GPS, which means they can be tracked at any time by satellite. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. Five Seasons Transportation takes safety very seriously, and we've taken many steps to make sure your child will have a safe, easy ride every time they take the bus. Even when your child isn't on the bus, Five Seasons Transportation is helping keep them safe by using pollution-free biodiesel and alcohol fuels, Iowa products that help keep the air clean. And if your child is ever in trouble, they can always flag down a bus for help. I'm Dave Town, and I like to think of the bus as a traveling safety cocoon, motoring along Cedar Rapids streets. And keep in mind, if the bus is that safe and easy for your child, maybe you should think about riding the bus to work. Affordable, convenient, and safe. That's the bus. Ride it.
Back with the bottom of the 10th inning and a new pitcher for the Peoria Chiefs. He will come in to try to save this one. And big right-hander Jason Birch, 6'5", 215-pounder out of Lincoln, Nebraska, just down the I-80, Big Red Country.
Justin Garza. Well, let's see here. I have him going 2 innings for Peoria. He's, as Scott said, the pitcher of record for the Chiefs. No runs in 2 innings for the Peoria right-hander. 1 hit. He struck out 2, and he walked none, and we need 1 to tie and 2 to win here in the 10th.
Against Birch. Kind of a herky-jerky motion right over the top for the right-hander. And he'll face the top of the order for the Kernels. Quan Cosby, 1 out of 4, but the 1 was a biggie. That got the 4-run 6 started with a triple up or into the gap in left center field. And he starts the bottom of the 10th with a little looper into short center for a leadoff single. Cosby's second hit of the night and a good start in the 10th. Got it right off the end of the bat. Might have broke the bat, but it gave its life for a hit.
They say, Scott, you play for a tie on the road, a win at home, and if that holds true, Bobby Magallanes will have Howie Kendrick swinging away rather than bunting.
Howie's taking the collar tonight, 0 for 4. A couple of strikeouts and a couple of ground outs for the Kernels' second baseman. Where's number 8 in the back of his home white? Like another pretty good second baseman. He's squaring the bunt. Birch delivers. There's a bunt right in front of the mound. And Birch will go to first, and the throw-off line, but chased down by McCoy, the second baseman. Sacrifice successful. Quan Cosby moves to second base, and the tying run in scoring position for Brandon Wood. 1-4 on the sacrifice. Brandon Wood, an RBI triple. He brought home Quan in the 6th. 2 for 4. He's been on 3 times tonight. And coming out to the mound, Brian Eversgerd for a meeting with Jason Birch. Pitched last year in Peoria. I remember him, Jen. Birch did. Obviously, he's been given the closer role this year for the Chiefs.
I like our chances of sending this to the 11th or winning it.
Howie Kendrick got a big hand as he went back to the Kernels' first base dugout for that sacrifice bunt as well.
Yeah, you're right, Scott. Birch appeared in 13 games as a Chief last year, was 0-2 with a 4.85 ERA. And that Nebraska baseball program is top-notch. That's where he went.
Yeah, they made the, College World Series 2 years ago, and that was, as you can imagine, a huge deal in Omaha.
Oh. I remember my first year here in '96. Jed Dalton was one of our outfielders from the University of Nebraska.
Very proud of it, too. He'd be the first to tell you. Quan on at second, one out. The tying run out there, and Brandon Wood, the Colonel shortstop, steps in. Ball in the dirt all the way back to the backstop, and that changes things.
A lot. Now the Chiefs may have to bring the infield in. The tying runs at third with only one out. A wild pitch uncorked by Jason Birch.
And now Wood, he puts it into play. Pretty good chance here that the Colonels can tie it up. Infield, like you said, John, is going to come in. Outfield, center fielder Evans shifted slightly toward right. Big gap in left center. Birch from the high set delivers, and low for ball 2. 5-4 Peoria, bottom of the 10th, one on. Quan Cosby at third with the tying run in his back pocket. Wood, slightly open stance from the right side. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed. Chased a pitch downstairs, and it's 2-1.
Just a little eager.
Wood showed a little power with that triple off the right center field wall. That came back in the 4-run 6th inning. Birch, the former Cornhusker, delivers, swung on and missed. And again, Wood chased another bad pitch.
Yeah, he ran that one right in on Brandon's hands, Scott.
So if you're thinking you're Jason Birch right here, hey, let's see if he'll chase another one. 2-2, the count. And maybe the most important at-bat of the night. Colonel number 3 hitter in there, swings and misses. Again, he chased one
down and in.
Down and in.
Yep. So that was a huge strikeout.
First strikeout for Birch, and the Colonels down to their final bullet here. With Sean Rodriguez, who came in for Warner Madrigal. He's 0 for 1. Grounded out to the second baseman McCoy back in the 6th inning. 5-4, 2 out. Cosby on at third. Here in the top or bottom of the 10th inning. Here's the pitch. And Rodriguez looks at one just off the outside corner for a ball.
Quan's doing some dashing and darting down that line, Scott, at third, trying to get into the mindset of Jason Birch and maybe cause a balk or a wild pitch.
Colonel curtain call, hopefully coming up after a Colonel victory. Rodriguez in. Birch to the set, and a swing and a miss. And again, that pitch down and in. Colonels chase it. Rodriguez got a good swing in, went for the downs, and now he'll try to bring home Cosby. Matt Brown is on deck, the Colonel third baseman. Peoria has out-hit the Colonels 8-7. Chiefs with 2 errors to 1 for the Colonels. The tall right-hander from the high set delivers. Rodriguez skips one foul down the third base line, and Colonels down to their final strike as it's 1-2. And there goes Roadrunner for one of the first times this year. Streaking down the left field line, not literally. One ball, 2 strikes. Cosby on at third. Infield back, outfield shade to the right. Birches, 1-2. Just off the outside corner, and it's even up at 2-2 with 2 outs. Little cut fastball that time, and it did not miss by much. Crowd of 1,817 tonight. Ready to erupt. The 2-2 to Rodriguez. Just low, and the count goes full at 3-2. Birch wanted it and didn't get it. From Nick Monaco, the home plate umpire. 5-4 Peoria. Scored 1 in the top of the 10th. looking for an extra inning win. The payoff with 2 outs. Swung on, foul. Off the fencing in front of the Peoria dugout. We'll do it again.
Yeah, it's got Sean hanging tough, Sean Rodriguez.
Sean Rodriguez, natural position shortstop, number 3 pick in the June 2003 draft last year out of Miami's Braddock High. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Rodriguez. From the right side, slightly open stance. And Birch will step off the mound. Back on, and we're ready to go. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Cosby dances the delivery, rocketed foul. Foul ball down the left field line. And Rodriguez, he's got Birch timed up pretty well. Way out in front of that one. Good eerie music here for you.
The old Chicago Bulls introduction theme.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Rodriguez has fouled off 3, spoiled him. Birch, the right-hander, to the high set. The delivery, ball 4 in the dirt. Goes to the backstop, and we're tied. He tried to overthrow it, John.
And what an at-bat by Sean Rodriguez. Who started it? Juan Cosby.
A pair of wild pitches, and we are tied again at 5.
Well, we know one thing about opening night. We've got a resilient ball club.
Yes, we do. And Rodriguez chugged down the first base because he was looking for 2. But he will hold on at first. Matt Brown, 1 out of 4, scored a run. With the winning run on at first, 5-5, we're back to a tie in the bottom of the 10th inning. Outfield very deep for Matt Brown. Evans not far from the warning track. Pitch outside, a slider, and it's 1-0.
Boy, we scraped and clawed for that run, Scott.
Yes, we did. Kernels have used 5 pitchers tonight in this 5-5 tie. Matt Brown in there from the right side. Looks at the 1-0, checks his swing, and takes a strike. On deck, Blake Balcom.
Well, Scott, I'm not sure if it's going to happen tonight, but we're halfway to a magic number that we'll be talking quite a bit about this season, and I'll open the lid on that in a moment. If the Kernels score 10 runs in any game this year, home or away, it'll be deemed a Taco Bell 10 spot. In the next business day, in all Cedar Rapids Taco Bells, beef tacos will go from 89 cents to 39 cents.
Can't beat that. Here's the delivery, high and in. Brown has a duck out of the way. 2 balls, 1 strike.
A Taco Bell 10 spot means the following business day, tacos, beef tacos at Cedar Rapids Taco Bells will be 39 cents. Limit 10 per person, but that's a 50% or a 50-cent saving.
10? Limit 10 per person.
Hey, they had to put that on for me.
I want to see you eat 10 tacos.
You'd like to see that, huh?
We're going to have a Dan Patrick show competition here between Dibble and the show killer with tacos. The 2-1 with 2 outs. Swung on and fouled straight back. Took something off of it. Brownie just got a piece of it off the end of the bat.
So that's what a Taco Bell 10 spot is. The next business day, tacos, beef tacos for just 39 cents at Cedar Rapids Taco Bells.
I don't think we're going to get 10 tonight. We'll take 6.
Yes, we would.
5-5, bottom of the 10th. Matt Brown swinging the stick. Now steps in. And the delivery, and he spoils that one foul off to the right side. Ricochets around, and they'll fight for it.
Well, a grown man came to his senses and gave it to a youngster.
Attaboy. And he gave it back. Maybe they're together. I don't know.
Or maybe it's a hot potato.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Kernels have tied it up here in the bottom of the 10th at 5. Pretty good lead at first base for Rodriguez. He's not going. The 2-2 check swing. And did he go? No, he did not. According to Jesse Redwine. And now it's 3-2 and the runner will be off.
And the chief outfield is deep. Well, they're playing in Marion.
Yes, they are. Going to cut everything off. Three balls, two strikes. Payoff pitch upcoming to Matt Brown with 2 outs and a man on. Santor now playing behind the Colonel runner, Sean Rodriguez. There he goes, and a high fly ball. Second baseman, McCoy going out, calling off the right fielder, Parker, and he puts it away. And Colonels tie things up here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. So we'll play some more here on opening night. For the Colonels, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left on base. Through 10 on opening night. Colonels 5, Peoria 5. This is Colonel Baseball here on the Zone.
The way to pocket important savings is to take advantage of Chevron motor oils and lubricants from the Otson Oil Company, your local Chevron oil distributor. Chevron lubricants are made from higher quality base oils for better performance, and that means longer life for your engine. Contact the Otson Oil Company in Cedar Rapids for details on how you can save time and money with Chevron lubricants. The Otson Oil Company, serving Iowa with quality lubricants since 1933. Visit Otson Oil Company at www.otson.com.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers have to say.
We chose Zimmerman because our family has been buying cars. I guess we're probably the 3rd generation to buy cars here at Zimmerman's.
My family's bought 18 cars at Zimmerman's. 18. I ought to get a little bonus or something, wouldn't I?
We build our reputation on one satisfied customer at a time. On behalf of everyone at Zimmerman's, I want to thank you for your business.
When it comes to insurance and financial services, think smart. Think about Farm Bureau Financial Services. For auto, home, life, farm and ranch, retirement funding, and business protection, call Danny Bateman in Cedar Rapids. More products, more services, more of your needs met. So for more information, call Danny Bateman in Cedar Rapids. Farm Bureau Financial Services, more than you think. Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, West Des Moines, Iowa.
Scott Unash brought you the 10th inning. The Chiefs broke a 4-4 tie with a single run in the top of the 10th, and then Quan Cosby's leadoff single in the bottom of the 10th, and a couple of wild pitches, a sacrifice bunt, brought the Colonels back. Here's a pitch tomahawked into right field by the Chief first hitter of the 11th inning, and that was Mike McCoy, and it's caught by Blake Balcom. 1 pitch, 1 out. In the 11th, opening night, we're tied at 5, and you're listening to Colonel Baseball here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. Our in-studio engineer is Emily. Glad to have Emily working overtime for us.
I told her we'd be done by, a little past 9, so, well, she's mad at me.
She can keep that hot date on hold, Scott. I know how it goes, Emily. Extra innings, but hopefully it'll all be worth it. It's 1-0 to Kyle Boyer. Bob Zimmerman wings in a fastball outside, 2-0.
I'm not quite as hardy as I used to be, John.
Well, we'll just alternate here and see where this extra inning affair takes us. Oh, a pitch punched off the fist to the first baseman, Matt Pauley, gloves. 2 steps to his left and steps on the bag. Bob Zimmerman got Kyle Boyer right in on his hands, and unassisted put out at first. 2 away here in the top of the 11th, tied at 5.
Well, I was just going to say, no, not about that, but I had to close my window. It's getting too cold.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Just getting too brisk here.
We'll be checking in with Emily after this top of the 11th to get some more scores on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. A high pop foul off to the left of the plate by Cody Heather. The hits, well, the Colonels have been out hit 8-7. We're tied at 5, just past 10 o'clock. An opening night crowd of 1,817. Big Bob Zimmerman peers in and has his sign. He rocks and brings it. And it's inside, 1-1 to Cody Heather, left-handed batter. Nobody on, 2 out, top of the 11th, 5-5.
A lot of folks still here.
Oh, yes, there are.
Enjoying the ball game.
Ball 2 is taken high and away.
Thought I saw Eric down there. Not sure if that's him or not. Don't think so.
No, it might be. Now Bob's 2-1. And that one is lifted foul, out of play to the left. We're right back at it tomorrow night for a 6:30 start on Good Friday.
Not playing Easter this year for the first time.
A league-wide observance, and Scott, I couldn't agree with that scheduling more. Easter's a time for family. Ball 3 has the batter lifting his arms up to avoid an inside pitch. Now Bob Zimmerman's run the count full to Cody Heather. Kernel outfield deep, and they play Heather to hit the other way. Payoff pitch is stroked foul off the end of the bat. It ricochets into shallow left field. Heather broke his bat.
Yes, he did. He'll get a new piece of lumber. Got a lot of broken bats tonight. We talked about that in the past years, if it's bad lumber or good pitching.
Probably a little bit of both.
Yeah, I would say so.
Heather's ready, so's Bob Zimmerman for the Kernels. And another pitch is launched foul. That one over the lawn section down the left side. Let me give you that Kernel ticket number again, 896-7560. It's important you remember that because not only can you purchase tickets for this 7-game homestand to open the season, but the Corridor Classic featuring the Iowa Hawkeyes and UNI Panthers is here on the 20th of April. Another pitch and another foul behind home plate. That's right. Thanks to KCRG TV9, co-sponsoring the event. April 20th, UNI and Iowa in the Corridor Classic. Scott, we'd like to fill the ballpark.
Oh, that'd be great.
A pitch hammered foul past third into the Chief bullpen, and this is shaping up to be some battle between Bob Zimmerman and Cody Heather. I was surprised. I was pleasantly surprised the Iowa Cubs just snuck by the Iowa Hawkeyes in an exhibition game last night at Sec Taylor.
Was it 4-2?
4-2 before 4,000. Here's a shot to second. Hey, it's stabbed by Howie Kendrick. Woo, Cody Heather smoked one, hit it right on the button, but right at the Kernel second baseman who stabbed it to end the inning. Down in order go the Chiefs in the 11th after 10.5. Kernels 5, Peoria 5. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Let's take a peek ahead to the weekend here on the Zone and your upcoming sports lineup. On Friday the 9th, it'll be Kernel Baseball. Kernels at home for the second game of the 2004 Midwest League season as they entertain the Peoria Chiefs. 6:10 from Veterans Memorial Stadium. 6:35 is your first pitch. We can get started on Saturday the 10th with the Hy-Vee Coach's Corner coming away from the Mount Vernon Road Hy-Vee location. We'll be there. Come on down and see us from 9 until 10. Then later on in the afternoon, it'll be Kernel Baseball. 4:40 pregame, Kernels and Peoria. Then on Sunday the 11th, we've got Major League Baseball presented by ESPN. The San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres for brand new Petco Field. 6:40 on Sunday with pregame 7:05. First pitch right here on the Zone, ESPN Radio.
We have a left-hander that's come on for the Peoria Chiefs to pitch the bottom of the 11th inning with the score 5-5. And the left-hander,
I think it's Brantley Jordan.
yes, Brantley Jordan comes on. to pitch for Peoria. Kernels trailed at one time in this game 4-0, tied it with 4 in the bottom of the 6th. It stayed tied till the Chiefs cracked through for a run in the top of the 10th, but the Kernels answered with a run of their own to send it into the 11th, and that's where we are now, bottom of the 11th, tied at 5. For the Kernels to face the lefty, Brant Balcom. And the Kernel batter steps out. Blake Balcom, the batter. Ball got loose out there. Well, Scott, Birch had a lead that he couldn't protect.
Yeah, that's right. He went 1 inning total, gave up 1 hit, 1 strikeout, 1 walk, 1 earned run, and more importantly, 2 wild pitches.
Blake Balcom ready for the first pitch of the 11th, and it's in the dirt for ball 1.
How did the ball get loose in center field?
Oh, goodness knows. At this...
Where did that come from?
At this juncture, I hesitate to even think about that. Blake lays off a pitch low and away from the southpaw. Ball 2. Brantley Jordan is the 5th pitcher of the game for Peoria. The 4th used in relief.
Both teams have used 5 pitchers now.
Ball 3. 3-0 to Blake Balcom. Bobby Magallanes, or Magianis rather, giving no signals. A strike at the knees. Right-handed batter for the Kernels, Blake Balcom, singled in the 2nd. Since then, he's gone 0 for 3.
Brantley Jordan out of Austin, Texas, home of the University of Texas Longhorns.
Ball 4. Listen to the crowd. Can the Kernels make the Chiefs pay for a leadoff walk and send the winning run home here in the 11th? Matt Pauley tied the game in the Kernel 4-run 6th with a 2-out, 2-run double. We're tied in the 11th, 5-5.
Like to see a hit of any kind here.
Lefty against lefty, Scott. We'll see how Pauley handles this southpaw.
Dryer in on the grass at 3rd.
Curve outside, and were you surprised that Pauley was squaring?
I wasn't surprised. I think we could see a lot of things here. Although with the lefty versus lefty matchup, you got to think that probably the odds are more in your favor if you can get a bunt down. But it's even hard to bunt a left-hander for a left-handed batter.
Matt Dryer really squeezing in at 3rd. Pauley looked like he offered at a slider, but pulled the bat back, and it's 2-0.
Jordan hasn't really been close.
No, he hasn't. Left-hander Brantley Jordan is behind Kernel left-handed batter Matt Pauley with the winning run at first. Nobody out, bottom of the 11th. A throw to first off the first baseman's mitt, but very good coaching by Justin Bachman. Blake Balcom, Scott, from here, when that ball first went off Santor's glove, I thought we could go to get the runner to second, but Justin Bachman
never hesitated.
Yep. Stop.
Stayed right there.
And it's a good thing he did, because that ball only squirted about 10 feet away from John Santor, who just plain muffed it.
And one of the folks still around, Ralph Palmer.
From the RJ Center.
You bet.
2-0. Bunt. Beauty. Third baseman. Fields throws in time. What a bunt by Matt Pauley. Winning run at second with only 1 out. The play went 5-4. Sacrifice.
Great bunt. Boy, you called it, John. And, well, that's good to see a guy hit over 300 last year who can put down a bunt against a left-hander.
And look good doing it. Exactly. 1,817 on hand here tonight. Trying to root the Kernels home to an 11th inning triumph to open the season. The Chiefs are going to put Tommy Duenas aboard intentionally. Ball 1 outside and high.
Well, they're going to pitch to Aaron Peel, and Aaron has got the golden sombrero going tonight, but can take care of that very quickly.
Yes, he could. Here's ball 3 to Tommy Duenas, Colonel catcher. Winning run at second, Blake Falcom has just been sacrificed into that scoring position by Matt Pauley. Tommy Duenas has been intentionally walked, and now, as Scott said, Aaron Peel has struggled tonight. Nothing for 4, but Hilliard's going to try to bring home the winning run here in the bottom of the 11th. Another final on the State Farm Major League scoreboard from tonight. At PNC Park, the Pirates dumped the Phillies 6-2. They're in the 8th inning, a wild one at Turner Field. The Braves 10, the Mets 7. 6th inning action at Bank One Ballpark. It's Arizona 3, the Rockies 2.
Braves aren't used to being in these wild ones. They are going to be without the pitching.
Aaron Peel hits a high drive to deep left. That could be a game-winning hit. Way back she goes into the gap, and the winning run is chugging home. Blake Falcom scores to make it an 11th inning. 6-5, Colonel win. 6-5, Colonels. Blake Falcom scores on a bazooka shot into left center, deep left center. Aaron Peel tosses aside that tough hole for 4 night and brings the Colonels a hard-earned opening night victory, 6-5. It'll be a double, right, Scott?
We'll see how they will. We'll go and check to see how they're going to score it. Double, single, doesn't matter. Aaron Peel, like we said, he made up for that 4 strikeout performance tonight. Only took 1 swing, and a valiant effort by Cody Heather and Terry Evans, especially Heather. They were playing Peel very shallow. That ball landed right on the warning track in front of the 378 sign.
Wow, what a way to open the season. A Colonel 11 inning, 6-5 victory. 6-5 Colonels. The game-winning hit delivered by Aaron Peel, who had fanned his previous 4 at-bats. 6-5 Colonels. We'll begin our happy wrap-up of this one in just a moment with the Colonel Curtain Call. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Let's take a peek ahead to the weekend here on the Zone and your upcoming sports lineup. On Friday the 9th, it'll be Colonel Baseball. Colonels at home for the second game of the 2004 Midwest League season as they entertain the Peoria Chiefs. 6:10 from Veterans Memorial Stadium. 6:35 is your first pitch. We can get started on Saturday the 10th with the Hy-Vee Coaches Corner coming away from the Mount Vernon Road Hy-Vee location. We'll be there. Come on down and see us from 9 until 10. Then later on in the afternoon, it'll be Colonel Baseball. 4:40 pregame, Colonels and Peoria. Then on Sunday the 11th, we've got Major League Baseball presented by ESPN. The San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres from brand new Petco Field. 6:40 on Sunday with pregame 7:05. First pitch right here on the Zone, ESPN Radio.
We're back for the Colonel Curtain Call, a 6-5 Colonel, 11th inning triumph. The Colonels came back from a 4-0 hole with a 4-run 6th inning. Then Peoria in extra innings took the lead in the 10th with a single run. Back came the Colonels to tie it, and then the Colonels win it in the 11th inning. A leadoff walk drawn by Blake Balcom. He was sacrificed successfully to second base after Tommy Duenas was walked intentionally. Aaron Peel, who was 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, brought home the game winner with a double into the left center field alley. 6-5 Colonels, and with a look at tonight's scoring and highlights, Scott Unash.
Yeah, and we'll get this quickly. It's a late night, and we know that on an opening night. Colonels win 6-5 in 11. Let's take a look at how it arrived at that point. Peoria got 2 in the top of the first inning. Cody Heather with a fielder's choice, forcing Kyle Boyer with 1 out, or with 2 outs, I beg your pardon. Then Terry Evans came up and hit a line drive opposite field 2-run home run, his first of the year. That gave Peoria a 2-0 lead. Then in the fourth inning, an unearned run put up by the Chiefs as they executed a double steal with Tyler Parker swiping home after Matt Pagnazzi took off for second, and it was 3-0. Another single run in the top of the fifth inning on a John Santor. 2 outs, RBI to right, and that made it 4-0. Kernels got it all back in the bottom of the sixth inning when they sent 8 to the plate. Quan Cosby led it off with a gapper to left center field that ended up to be a triple. Then after a Howie Kendrick ground out with 1 out, Brandon Wood with an RBI triple. 1 hop the fence out in right center field for his first RBI as a Colonel. That made it 4-1. Then maybe one of the key plays of the night. Warner Madrigal lofted a fly ball to right field, and Tyler Parker trying to set up for the throw home to try to get the Colonel runner at third, Quan Cosby, to get the Colonel runner, Brandon Wood, dropped the ball for an error that allowed Wood to score and Madrigal to reach, and that made it 4-2. And then after a Matt Brown single, it was 2-out heroics for Matt Pauley, the left-handed hitting first baseman. Line one down the right field line for a 2-run, 2-out double that tied things up at 4. It stayed that way as the bullpens took over until the 10th inning. Peoria scored a single run in the top of the 10th inning with the leadoff walk to Terry Evans. That came around to score on an RBI single by Matt Pagnazzi. Kernels then tied it up in the bottom half of the 10th inning. Quan Cosby again getting things started with the single to center field. He was sacrificed to second by Howie Kendrick and then scored on a pair of wild pitches by Jason Birch to tie things up at 5. And then the Kernels won it after a Bob Zimmerman 1-2-3 top of the 11th. In the bottom of the 11th, Blake Balcom facing Brantley Jordan led the inning off with a walk. He was sacrificed by Matt Pauley to second, an intentional walk to Tommy Duenas. Then Aaron Peel making amends for an 0-for-4 start of the night, then hit one to the wall in left center field. That scored Balcom. We will check to see if that is going to be ruled a double or a single. Anyway, it's an RBI, a game winner, and the Kernels win it tonight 6-5. 6 runs, 8 hits, an error, 7 left on for the Kernels. 5 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors, 11 left on, and that's the key stat, along with that drop fly ball for Peoria. Bob Zimmerman, the winner, 1-0. Brantley Jordan, the loser, 0-1. Time of the game, 3 hours, 42 minutes. Played in front of 1,817 here on opening night at Veterans Memorial Stadium as the Kernels win the home and season opener.
Scott wrapped it up beautifully for us here on the Colonel Curtain Call. We'll take a timeout, 6-5 Kernels in 11, a 1-minute break, and we'll return next with our Liberty Bank Star of the Game plays. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Here's a fact about the new Veterans Memorial Stadium I bet you didn't know. All of the grounds surrounding our community's newest source of pride are maintained by Greg's Lawn Service. That's right, it's Greg's Lawn Service that provides you with that initial lift when you approach our magnificent new ballpark. Greg's Lawn Service can put their first-class signature on your yard, elevating it to the same immaculate condition you see around the stadium. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest since 1983.
Quiznos Kernels Kids Club members. Did you know that your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club membership card is good for more than just great deals at the ballpark? That's right. By showing your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club membership card at any of the Cedar Rapids Quiznos, you'll receive a free small drink when you buy a Quiznos sub. That's a free small drink with the purchase of a Quiznos sub when you show your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club card.
Quiznos, toasty.
On the Colonel Curtain Call, Scott Unash, KCRG Sports Director, John Rogers. What a thriller. 6-5 Kernels. It's time for our Liberty Bank Stars of the Game plays, and the first one took place in the Colonel 4-run 6th inning, trailing 4-0. The Colonels sliced the lead in half and had 2 on with 2 out for Matt Pauley. Here's our first Liberty Bank Star of the Game play.
The 2-0. Line drive in the right field. Fair ball into the corner for Tyler Johnson. Madrigal will score. That's round Gateway's home. Here's the throw home off right field. Two-run double by first baseman Matt Pauley, and it's 4-4.
Yes, it was 4-4, thanks to Matt Pauley at 2-out, 2-run double, our first of 2 Liberty Bank Star of the Game plays. The second took place in the 11th inning. Aaron Peel had a tough night going at the plate. He was 0 for 4 and struck out 4 times, but with runners at first and second and 1 out, Aaron Peel had a chance to give the Kernels an opening season victory. Aaron Peel hits a high drive to deep left. That could be a game-winning hit. Way back she goes into the gap, and the winning run is chugging home. Blake Falcom scores to make it an 11th inning. 6-5, Colonel win. Yes, that's the way it turned in the 11th inning. Aaron Peel shrugged off the tough at-bats that preceded his game-winning double, our second Liberty Bank star of the game play. 6-5 Kernels in 11 innings. We'll have a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard next here on the Colonel Curtain Call. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Hey, man, what's up?
Just getting ready to kick your butt.
Right. And mess up your hair?
You just wish you could look this good. Boo! Nothing but net.
Hey, I'm a busy guy. I don't have time to make my hair look as good as yours. I mean, who has time to schedule an appointment, let alone show up for it?
Not me. I just go to Cost Cutters. I can get in whenever it's convenient for me.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you just walk into Cost Cutters and come out looking good?
Well, for some of us, that comes naturally. But Cost Cutters makes it easier. They can do anything you want. A cool cut, even some color, and get some of that styling gel stuff to keep you looking good. Like me.
Oh, so that's why your hair never moves.
Oh, you're funny.
Cost Cutters. Thanks, man. This will save me some time.
Great. Then you'll have time to work on your game.
Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Are you a busy guy? Save yourself time and walk into one of our area's 12 Cost Cutters whenever it's convenient for you. Then relax, because Cost Cutters will make things easy and affordable for you.
Cost Cutters. Live your life. We always have time for your hair.
A dynamite start on all fronts to this 2004 season. Over 1,800 were here to see the Kernels pull out an 11th inning 6-5 triumph over Peoria. State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Shubat, and Lanny Peterson for the 9th year running now bring us a look at afternoon and evening action on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Here's that with Scott.
And you got them all, our 4 friends.
They're bonded forever with us, Scott.
Absolutely. American League Finals from this afternoon. The Yankees beat the White Sox at the Bronx 3-1. Detroit tripped up Minnesota 10-6. Cleveland over the Kansas City Royals 6-1. World champ. Well, I got to get over that.
Hey, we could call them the world champs for a long time. They're our parent club.
Oh, the Anaheim Angels beat Seattle to complete the sweep 5-1. That's the final. They're in the 12th inning. Boston 2, Baltimore 2. Those are your American League Finals. Cincinnati bested the Cubs today 5-3. Milwaukee over the Cardinals 11-5 at Busch. Florida shut out Montreal 3-0 tonight. Pittsburgh off to a good start. They beat the Philadelphia Phillies 6-2. That's the final. Atlanta leading New York 10-7. That one in the 8th. 6th inning Arizona with a 3-2 lead on the Rockies. And at the brand new Petco Field, first game ever in the 4th inning, it is San Diego 1, San Francisco 0.
That's the State Farm Major League scoreboard here on the Colonel Curtain Call, delivered to you by State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Gary Shubat, Dale Thompson, and Lanny Peterson. Scott Unash with that look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. And Scott, it was a long night of baseball, but certainly a fun night, and what a way to start the season. It was terrific that you could be with us and all our listeners across eastern Iowa. Let's give that website again for listening to the games on the Internet.
TheZone1600.com. TheZone1600.com.
And with that, we wrap up a fun evening of baseball before 1,817, 11 innings, 6-5 Kernels. Tomorrow's Good Friday. The gates open at 5:30. We'll have the Ask the Manager show with Colonel Skipper Bobby Magallanes at 6:10, and then the first pitch at 6:30. Emily was our in-studio engineer at 2nd Avenue and 5th Streets, and we thank her for her terrific work tonight as well. What a start! What a start for the Kernels. 11 innings, a 6-5 come-from-behind victory. That does it from the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Have a great Thursday evening, and so long until tomorrow evening. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
This has been a special sports presentation from The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. Now back to our regularly scheduled ESPN programming, already in progress.